In 3, 2, 1, here we go. We are live. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It's me, your most humble narrator. I'm letting the beautiful Instagrammers know that I too am live. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for coming back. And an extra special thank you to my patrons. Patrons get a shout out at every stream. Because you're awesome. Because you help me out. You kick a little shekels my way, and in return, I thank you every stream. I get bricked up just thinking about it. I get bricked up AF. Hang on, let me fix this. Let me make this full screen. You know what, let's get in closer. Let's get in closer. There we go. No, I still don't, I'm still not 100% sold on this silhouette vibe I've got going on here. What's up, Toxic? Hey, Toxic. Not that Toxic.
Hello, ladies.
Not that one.
I'm going to have so many balls.
Drop peanuts all over my keyboard. Doggy style is the best.
What's up, Toxic Wolves? Toxic Wolves, too woke. You two look at you. A couple of early birds getting the work. Oh, how could I forget that one? Oh, by the way, those are from a different Toxic. That is not Toxic Wolves. That is from Toxic Jin, who manages to, apparently, whenever she's on microphone, Toxic Jin's grandma wants to eat this lady's bush, too. She just says the darndest things anytime she's on voice chat. The darndest, I say. What do you two individuals got going on over there right now? I'm trying to drink this coffee, but it's too fucking hot. I insist on putting my coffee in a, here, I'll show you. Nope, that's my screen. I insist on putting my coffee in a mason jar, which means that for like a good 3-4 minutes after I make the espresso and steam the milk, it's untouchable. Even now, if I didn't have very strong, masculine, powerful, calloused man hands, I would be struggling to hold such a thing. But yeah. I'm off to bed, but happy belated. Thank you, Daryl. Daryl, thank you. Thanks, Daryl. I did have a good one, man. Wish you could have been here, dude. You've had New York, of course. I was about to say, you ever had New York City pizza? Of course you have. There's still a little piece of you left here in New York City, Daryl. In '94. It was the year Kurt Cobain died. Daryl Mack, aka D Mac. He was hanging out. He was in Brooklyn. He was in the South Bronx. He was banging every Caribbean woman he could find.
We're gonna bang.
I'm here for the gangbang.
Oh, Two Oak, check this out, man.
Blast me in the ass.
Hey, that's where I'm from. You're from the South Bronx or Brooklyn or the Caribbean? Oh, no, the Caribbean, right? Aren't you Jamaican? Toxic? Hopefully he didn't bang my mom. Oh, man, was your mom in New York City in the 90s? Not Jamaican. I thought you were Jamaican. We need a mom sound effects. Barbados. Apologies, Toxic. Very rude of me. Why the fuck did I think you were Jamaican? Did you tell me you were from Barbados? In my mind, I'm like, Jamaican?
How dare you?
Jamaican? Because I'm a fucking
How dare you?
lunatic.
How dare you, Michael?
How dare me indeed. Where I'm looking for an emote. Hey, Chuo, check this out. I did it. I added the shake effect. Well, Twitch added it. I think it looks great. I think that shaky ass emote, I feel like it fits perfectly, dude. That's so good now. That is so fucking good. Man. Primo. Unfortunately, I don't think they allow GIF emotes on YouTube yet, but man, the second they do, it's going. Dude, there's so many instances where that could be used. Not just in my stream. That's a good global one, man. Can you use animated? You're allowed to use animated GIFs all over the platform, right? So like you could use that in like whomever stream. Whoever does cringe shit on stream. Yes. Well, we did it, baby. Too woke. Look at us. Hey, look at us. Can you believe it?
I'm so excited.
Who would have thought? Not me. Oh man, this is dope. Okay. Two Oak, dude. You'll probably be both excited and disheartened to hear that I went on Fiverr last night. I went on Fiverr last night, and I commissioned that girl. To do my emotes. I paid her upfront to do 6 emotes.
So I am flush with cash.
I'm not flush with cash. That cost me $35, which is, by the way, about the price of one emote normally. And I did feel badly about doing it. Man, it felt like I was stealing candy from a baby, dude. It felt like I was up to no good, man. Being like, yes, I will pay you $5 per emote, which is like, god damn, dude. Even if it took her 30 minutes to do, even if she was, by the way, there's no way, right? I mean, unless she's the fastest human being alive, just assemble the emote. Mention the artist on your channel page. Well, let's see how she does first, right? You had to come up with the ideas, though. Dude, my ideas, I just stole the ideas. Tuok, I'm gonna tell you the ideas that I came up with. I didn't come up with them. This is why you're gonna be bummed. Because the ones that we talked about, I didn't really like. Here. Let me show you. Hey, vitamins. So here, these are the emotes that I use for. These are the emotes that I told her to get. So there won't be any surprises. No surprises. So I gave her a photo of my face, like I showed you. I gave her a photo of my face, and I gave her a screen cap of what I look like on stream. I don't know why I didn't take a more flattering screenshot, but I'm like, hey, here's what my face looks like in the thumbnails, and I gave her like a YouTube thumbnail. I'm like, here's what my face looks like while I'm on stream. If you could make the emotes with like long hair, glasses, beanie, that's fine. You don't have to do the headphones. And I said I would like, here are the faces. I want a RIP face, which is standard, right? I want a angry face version. I want a sleepy. I want a sad. I just use these because these are like the standard ones that everybody has. Like everybody's got these. And then a hardy one. Oh, and then but the wild card that I threw her for the 6th one was I asked that she make me giving the middle finger as an emote. And that's gonna be the spice. Yeah, so like these are so these are like the other ones, like the hard eyes, sad face, sleepy face, angry, rip. These are all like kind of standard, like cookie cutter ones. Nothing too crazy, just a little one with my face on it. This way, I feel like this way, if somebody subscribes to me on YouTube or somebody subscribes to me on Twitch, you know, you get kind of like you know, you get a good base level ones. Like they're kind of the go-to standards. Anyway, yeah, so those. Yeah, no, I didn't ask her to go be above and beyond. Like, what's up, Evo?
Evo, you're a fucking asshole. Evo, you fucking asshole.
I don't know if the middle finger thing is breaking TOS though. It might be. Evo, do you know? Evo, if I had a middle finger emote, me giving the middle finger, is that breaking TOS or not? Hello, Eric.
Hello, Michael.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
I am doing all right.
Belated birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for the books. Thank you so much, man.
Ooh, they got
I'd like to fuck my lover in the ass.
Yeah, no, they got there right in time. It was nice. It was nice opening up like birthday gifts from Amazon because you
You're stupid, right?
how dare you? You and a bunch of other people surprised me with some birthday gifts, and they showed up like right on my birthday, so it was great.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, man. I was man, I haven't had a birthday party in so long.
What do you mean?
Like, you know, like, oh, hey,
It's my birthday. I ain't gonna suck your dick.
yeah, hey, I'm having a
Where'd
birthday.
you get that clip from?
It's my birthday. I'm not gonna suck your dick.
Yeah, that one.
Toxic Jen, years ago, she was telling us that she had a nightmare where her ex-boyfriend was trying to make her suck his dick on her birthday.
Is that toxic talking?
Yeah, that's her talking. She's describing a dream she had. And it was making me laugh so much because the premise was just so out of control. And she's saying it in that little like Danish baby voice she has. So I was just like, I just want to hear this in perpetuity. Anyway.
Wait, you haven't had a birthday in a long time.
Yeah, no, I haven't had a birthday in forever. Matter of fact,
A birthday party.
a birthday party. I mean, I've had birthdays. I'm not a vampire. So I've had birthdays, but they were even if I had birthdays with friends over, they were quiet affairs. Even if we did like
What does that mean?
Maybe we'd have a friend or two over, we'd have a nice dinner, have a friend or two over, we'd watch some movies or some TV or go out for a little dessert or
Sure.
all very, since, you know,
Very mild.
years.
Very reserved.
The last birthday party I remember having was for my 25th. And to celebrate the big 2-5, we got a stripper.
How old are you now?
I'm 45 years old, so this was 20 years ago.
You're not 45. You wish you were.
So 20 years ago, let me paint a picture. The year was 2002. No, 2001. It was post 9/11. It was the sexiest night of my life. Then some light orgy. Yeah, no, we went all out. It was a giant. The party got so big at my friend's loft in Brooklyn that strangers started showing up. And then his space in Brooklyn, it was this big loft area, and he was single, and just he invited everybody, and then his friends invited everybody, and then the party was so crazy. Like we had a bunch of kegs that like strangers from the neighborhood saw that like this whole part of a loft was going nuts with like fucking party lighting, and yeah, the stripper had already left at this point, but like there was dancing,
there was a stripper?
and drinks. Yeah. There was dancing and drinks and just like fucking dope mood lighting. So it was literally like we turned his apartment into a club, and then people started showing up off the street trying to get into the loft, and eventually somebody propped open the door to the apartment building, and people were just like coming up and like hang like so like legit. Like there was one point where like, you know, you walk and people don't even know.
Some random people in the apartment.
Yeah. No, I'm not 45, Daryl. I'm not 45. I'm fucking around. I'm in my 30s.
But he doesn't want to say it because Mike's a pretty girl.
I'm pretty, and pretty girls don't tell their ages. You look great for 45. I'm not 45, but thank you. I'll take the compliment anyway. Anyway.
Because you look awful for 30-something.
Yeah, I look awful for a guy in his 30s, but I look great for a guy who's 45. That's why I lie about it.
You look wonderful for a guy in his 30s.
I've been smoking that adrenochrome, baby. You know what I do? I just I go into the freezer and I crack open a dead baby fetus. I just crack it open, just start smoking it.
Did you say fetus or penis? Which?
I said fetus.
All right, so whatever happened with this accidental block party?
Oh, well, nothing. Just eventually, I think the cops did eventually show up, if I remember correctly. But who knows, man?
Michael.
I was, I'm pretty sure I was blackout drunk at the last half, so I don't remember.
Was this still a blackout version of yourself?
Yeah, no, it's still an awesome version of me.
Yeah, I don't. No, hold on. I didn't say awesome.
It was party boy me.
Okay.
So yeah, so like having like that be my barometer for what a successful party it looks like. And now that it's, you know, all right, it's about 10 years later. Now I'm like, how do adults have a party? You know?
Yes.
So
tragically, some adults still have parties similar to what you described previous.
No.
Some adults still have that. That's still their thing.
Oh yeah, you know, you're right. I actually know a couple of guys like that. Even when I was in my 20s and I was working at the bar, there would be dudes who would bartend way into we had like at least 1 or 2 40-year-old bartenders, and they were definitely still Peter Panning and holding on to it. And I'll be honest, man,
Is that a real term, Peter Panning?
Yeah, man. And it was weird. It was weird going to like the bars and stuff, hanging out with my friends. Like I'm in my 20s. These kids are like, you know, they're like around college age or just out. And there'd be some old dudes in there, man, and they didn't look young. they didn't look, you know, it wasn't like
they looked old.
Yeah, they weren't like 40, but man, that guy could pass for a 32-year-old easy. It's like, no, this guy is 40 and he looks like somebody's dad is in here. And it was always like super depressing and super like, fuck, man, like, goddamn, dude, this guy doesn't, it wasn't cool. Nobody thought like, oh man, that guy's fucking, man, that's what I want, where I want to be 20 years from now.
Right.
Anyway, so I'm like, how does a normal adult have a party? I'm like, I don't know. So I just told everybody to come over for a pizza party. That's I came
When you
with
say
pizza.
everybody, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about close friends, people who like I knew before, old coworkers, people who I know in real life that come by the stream, family friends, like, you know, like kids I grew up with in Astoria where I grew up. So I kind of just sent I sent out the fucking bat signal, man. Anybody who like I was still in contact with that still live close, because like obviously I would have loved to have you and Tran and more over here.
I almost came.
That would have been great to have you guys. Would have been great to have like Skull Bash peruse through. Unfortunately, now I realize that like the majority of people who I talk to on a daily basis, who I consider close friends, don't live anywhere near here whatsoever. Even Ryan Cruz lives in Philly now.
Sure.
But unfortunately, there are still some. Like, well, for example, I invited Crease over.
Did he come?
No, he. I think he's working on that X. I think he's working on the X book, but he was very polite about it. Crease was like, "Dude, I fucking love to come." Bale, there he is. Bale, no, Bale, you'd be here in a heartbeat. But again, the same way I didn't bother to tell anybody else about it. Something I'll be like, "Hey, Spaniard." Bale is the fucking farthest, right? Actually, no. John Moore takes the cake there.
Mm-hmm.
John Moore's on the other side of the globe. Hey, BH. European banging his way through Japan. What's up, buddy? Yes. So I invited everybody for pizza, and it was shockingly fun. I was telling everybody, dude,
What's that feel like? A more adult sort of affair.
It felt great. It felt good. Maybe this is because, there's still kind of like this post-lockdown pandy like vibe in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there have been some holdouts, Hey, there's AJ. AJ swung through. AJ, you animal. AJ, who I met on Instagram, and then we became closer friends because he was doing conventions too, and he's a buddy of Liana Kangas, comic book artist extraordinaire. And Liana Kangas is actually a friend of Joshua Hickson's, another comic book creator who actually did a Fortnite Batman comic book. Who I was just flipping through. I don't know where the fuck I put it, but he's awesome. He's badass. Him and his wife came by. AJ came by. A few other art nerds. It was just hanging out, talking shop, shooting the shit, eating the fucking. I think I got like 6 pies. I bought 6 pizza pies. I bought 6 pizza pies from 3 different places. One of those places being Pizza Hut. Yeah, a few friends came by with dessert. People just like showed up. AJ and a few other people showed up with gifts, which I was not expecting at all. So kind. And it was just, yeah, man. I said I felt like Rick Moranis in Ghostbusters, right before he's attacked by Zool in the hallway.
Yeah. It's a weird analogy, but okay.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt. Still waiting for the Japanese borders to open up again. Wait, where are you right now, BH? Are the Japanese borders not open? Oh, Canadian. Did I tell you I started? I've been on a Solana binge.
Yeah, you've been learning about it.
I've been learning. I've been learning about why that particular blockchain is on the rise, and the various reasons why, which made me go on a different journey to figure out what the fuck they were talking about in those videos as to, because you're like, what is this? And then they start going off and be like, well, as far as the blockchain is concerned, this is a specific type of coin, very similar to Ethereum, but better in that it's got a much faster processing power, because it's based on those fucking time differentials and timestamps. And I was like, what the fuck is any of this? So I had to go back and start at like the ABCs, and then go back and then read about why, and then read about that kind of like Solana blackout that they had this past year, and all that shit, and all about like reading about validators and yada yada yada. Right. Seems like a good solid coin though, I will say. Watching enough videos, it does seem like a lot of the people who do seem to know way more than I fucking do seem to have some real faith in it. So it's interesting. So that's that's what I've been doing.
Right on.
Yeah, I got some more.
In the midst of you turning 35. Pretty good.
Opening 2022 or 23, I think. Oh, Germany. They haven't been for 2 years. Wow. I'm too old school for crypto. Nah, listen. It's just, I mean, don't be a dumbass about it. You know, don't go all in on one thing. But I feel like crypto investments are like investing in anything else, right? I wouldn't tell you to go in the stock market and just start fucking gambling your money there. You know.
Oh, I totally would.
That's Eric telling you to do that. Yeah, do your research, make an educated opinion, hear from people who know way more about it than you do, and act accordingly. Yeah.
And don't invest more than you can afford. You know.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Somebody once said, yeah, never invest more than you assume you can lose without it bothering you too much. I'm pretty good at stocks, so that's what I've always stuck with.
Yeah. Good.
Sure. It is fascinating though, man. This whole, I don't want to call it an underworld, but when it comes to when it comes to crypto, I'm trying to find another word for it. Again, all the words that come to my head are like secret society, Illuminati.
That's pretty good. I'll take that.
Yeah, man. Subculture. Maybe that's the word. Subculture.
There it is. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's just go back to underworld.
Yeah. There's this whole subculture, man, where there's just like, there's so many cryptocurrencies, and within each cryptocurrency is its own culture, right? So it's like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, whatever it is. Not even to mention the NFT stuff. Just like if you're just dealing with the coin itself, there's a. It is so. It's like I'm fascinated. I am fucking. Your boy David is a legend. Definitely want to hang on again. Oh yeah, it was a nice little thing. My friend AJ and my friend Dave both married full-blown Japanese woman.
Nice.
Full-blown. And they've both been to Japan, too, no less.
The women, you would hope.
No. My friend Dave actually was arrested in Japan. He got completely fucking shut down, which is a thing that really happens that I was not aware of, and neither was Dave. And AJ knew about it. AJ brought it up. He's like, yeah, they get you at the bars when you go by yourself. And Dave's like, I went by myself. And they fucking got me, dude. Yeah, no, they fucking... Yeah, what they did was he went in the bar and they fucking laced his drink. He had a drink and blacked out, woke up and the cops were there. And the bartenders were told the police that Dave was stealing and whatnot in their bar.
The Japanese people were telling
Yeah.
What the?
It was a complete fucking hustle. Oh yeah, I got laced once in a club, made me puke. Fucking, what the fuck, man? That sounds like some shady cops. I mean, dude, listen. Crazy, right? Yeah, so they ended up, I too got laced once. What's up, Romo Tamo?
You did?
No, Rum got laced. Nobody was wasting drugs on me. If I had drugs to lace any drinks, I'd be lacing my own drinks.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
You're the one doing the lacing.
Yeah. The GHB is for me. Quit bogarting the GHB. They laced the all-you-can-drink drinks. Yikes.
Now there's an all-you-can-drink drinks?
Yeah, so...
Alright.
So Japan is awesome, but be fucking careful.
Alright.
Be real fucking careful, you gaijin piece of shit. Like spiking the punch bowl at prom. I didn't go to my prom.
Yeah?
Did you go to your prom, Kennedy?
No, I didn't. I wasn't socially. You know what I mean? I wasn't very. I was like a big nerd. You know, I was so awkward in high school. I still am.
Ditto.
But at least I'm a bit more confident about my awkwardness now. You know?
Sure, you
Whereas
embraced.
before, I thought it was like the scarlet letter. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
How about you? Prom?
No, I fucking bailed.
I can tell.
No, I fucking bailed on it. I thought it was well, it was the late 90s, early 2000s, and I thought
All right.
prom was gay. Prom was gay. I don't want to go.
What?
Actually had two different girls ask me to prom, and I essentially told
Somebody
them.
asked you to prom, you fucking catch.
I had two girls ask me to prom, and I told them thank you, no thank you.
You genetic alpha. They smelled something on you, Mike. They thought, yeah, that's definitely the guy.
God, what a dick. Well, listen, I was a dick then, and I'm a dick now, so not much has changed. No, it's very. When it comes to social situations, I get very Larry David about a lot of them. There are a lot of them where I just, oh, hey, come to this. I'm having a birthday dinner. It's me and my, 20 closest friends. We got the restaurant, we got the back part of the restaurant coming out. I usually tell those people, thank you, no thank you. Just because I don't want to. It's too much, man. I feel like I've got like an 8-person cap on a dinner. And,
I think, and you know me, yeah. I've been to plenty of conventions. I'm just the life of the party. I love going out after conventions. It's the thing that I like doing. Okay, I like to release, you know what I mean? I feel almost awkward if it's just like you and me hanging out at a show. Like right afterwards, I like just going straight to the freaking hotel bar.
He's lying.
And just hanging out.
He's full of lies. See, now, hotel bars, fine. Like, I could, like, that feels like my atmosphere. Like,
wait, what's the difference between that and like a dinner?
It's so damn formal, and it's so, it's like, it's this forced small talk, whereas if you're at so like, what I like most about bars is you got a drink in your hand, and then you're like a damn...
But you don't drink. You don't drink anymore.
Well, I know, but what I do is I get a drink that looks like a drink. I get like a soda with a little lime in it, right? I walk around and I do the rounds. Like I still like to like mingle, but like I like to mingle with people on my own time, on my own schedule. So, for example, I'll head over to the bar. I'll say hi to like maybe a few artists that I know or post up at the bar ordering drinks. I'll say, hey, so and so, blah 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 blah. Okay, I gotta get my drink back. Or I gotta go back. But really, I don't got to go back. I just don't want to spend that much time talking to anybody in particular. So I just kind of bouncing around like a pinball machine. And then when it comes time to go, make like I'm going to the bathroom, and I just pull an Irish goodbye. I do this at house parties too. And I usually tell people, like, I'm definitely at some point, you're going to turn around, you're going to ask where I am, and I'm going to be gone. I don't do goodbyes, and I don't want to do a whole tour as I'm leaving, so I'm just going to peace out. Yeah, it's me at the bar. It's the perfect amount of social interaction. You could interact with or not interact with who or what or whenever for how long, your call. And then when you leave, you just fucking leave. Beautiful. Whereas these quiet dinners, you gotta sit there. You gotta stuck, and then you gotta make small talk with perhaps assholes you have no interest in speaking to. But you do so because,
you are also an asshole. You're in there amongst your people. You're not immune to them.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be hanging out myself at a dinner party either.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, but like that's why. I think I've even been reluctant to have a house party in my apartment. That's why up to this part,
right? Where can you go at that point?
Right.
You're stuck in your own place.
Right. I've only invited like 1 or 2 other people over for like I said, a movie night, a dinner, some dessert, maybe a board game, something like that. Never this many people, but I was wrong, man. I had a blast. Also, I was
Can you do that back to back? Can you do it back to back weekends, or do you only have X amount of energy?
You know what? I had such a good time.
Would you consider yourself a extrovert that has a little bit of introvert to them, or vice versa?
Maybe the opposite of that, because I don't think I could do that again. I was thinking about doing that again for Christmas. I was thinking about hosting a Christmas party because I had so much fun and it was so nice seeing everybody. And I realized here's the other thing. I enjoy being a host, and maybe it's because of that same thing. Maybe because even though it's my house, I could leave if I wanted to. Oh, Eric, by the way, I was 35 minutes late to my own party in my own apartment.
That's lame, right? That's lame.
Dude, I felt like such a dick because the missus was here. And it hit 7 o'clock, and I was picking up my friend. I was picking up pizza and my friend.
Okay.
And I completely lost track of time.
You were late to your own party.
So yes, so I was late to my own party, my own birthday party that I organized in my own apartment.
Right.
Such a dickhead, dude. And I showed up. What a fucking asshole. I just realized how that sounds. Hey, I'm here. Dina Cole told me to be here at 7. I'm here at 7, which is what my friend which happened to my friend Jimmy, who brought him and his wife. They showed up like 7 on the money. And they're like, hey, where is he? Not here. And then the worst part was my friend Justin, who has never been to my apartment, who has never met the missus, who I haven't seen in about 5 or 6 years. He shows up and he actually beat me to my house in an Uber.
Yeah.
So there was like there was like this window of time where it was just him, my lady, our 2 like married couple friends in my apartment by themselves, just hanging out. I felt so fucking bad for him. I'm like, fuck, man. It's so awkward.
What? God bless your missus for like being an engaging hostess. You know? You really lucked out with that woman, man. Could have kicked you out a long time ago.
If Michael could help it, he'd be late to his own funeral too. I didn't want to come across as obnoxious when I said I'd fuck up a Yakuza, but I do legit brawl down with anybody that... I'm that guy. Super chill unless threatened. You be fighting the Yakuza in the streets, you're going to lose a pinky. AJ.
That's not what happens. Yakuza go around slashing people.
They're going to fucking take your pinky, baby.
That's not how that works. If you are part of the Yakuza, I think that's what happens.
They don't do that for strangers too?
No, I don't think they just go around slashing people's pinkies off, Michael.
Oh, well, how do they punish you? They just stab you?
I think they just stab you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like saying, oh yeah, if you're fighting Yakuza, they'll hold you down, tattoo your body. That's kind of silly.
See, I thought that maybe they just took a pinky for as punishment for anybody who's fucking with them.
Well, listen, I'm not speaking from personal experience or anything, but I don't think that's what they do.
Maybe you should start doing that if they don't, because I don't want to lose a pinky, you know?
I mean, it sends a message, definitely, but it seems a little...
It's pretty severe.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a lot to do just to send them, like, you know, if you're messing around with you'd think they just stab you.
Oh, hang on. BH says they don't even do it to their own people. It's a voluntary thing. Whoa, okay.
See what I mean?
Good to know. They're going to make you voluntarily chop your pinky off if you start messing with them.
They're not going to make you anything. It's called I think there's a key word that you're just skipping right over there.
Oh God. Yeah. So, it was an excellent time. I want to host a Christmas party now. The pinky cutting is an offering to their boss when they fuck up. What do they do with the pinkies? Does it got like a jar full of them?
I don't think that's important.
Well, because that wouldn't be good either. Because even if you had a jar full of pinkies around,
full of pinkies? Yeah.
Then you just be like, oh, wow, my underlings, they sure do fuck up a lot. You know? That's not great.
What do you mean?
Well,
they don't chop it off because they've done it wrong. They chop it off as a sign of fealty.
No, I thought the pinky cutting is an offering to their boss when they fuck up, is what AJ said.
No.
No?
What? Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know you could.
I don't know.
I still have all my pinkies, man.
They wrap them in a cloth and put it in a box. Do they keep the box?
Keep the cloth? This is all... This conversation... Get John Amore in here. He knows.
John Amore knows Yakuza. He knows Yakuza. Mr.
Not
Yak.
the Filipinos who have ever Yakuza. I think John Amore is.
Well, what role do you think John Amore would play in the Yakuza underworld?
I think he's a lieutenant. He can't be a capo.
I see.
John Amore's not a sit-back kind of guy.
I feel like I'd be freelance, you know?
You would be.
You know, like a guy you show up to get a specific task done. You know, not like...
Yeah. You're like Mr. Wolf from...
Yeah.
Reservoir Dogs, yeah.
It's like, oh, got that guy. What's he good at? Oh, the guy that burns down orphanages? Yeah, that guy. That's his thing.
That's what...
Yeah.
At some point, you're gonna run out of fucking orphanages to burn down.
Well, that's when I retire.
Also, what situation would it be that's the thing that you need to make a point about?
These fucking orphans are they're getting too fresh. They gotta teach them a lesson.
Giving you a lot of lip, these orphans.
What does the Yakuza boss do with all these pinkies? The bosses keep them digits for whatever reason. You're like the NPC people use when they're too lazy to level up their own skill line. I got the words jacuzzi and Yakuza mixed up.
Yeah, that's something else.
Vitamins. The Yakuza.
Yeah, those are two different things. Yeah, no, don't do that.
Oh, hey, you know what? Right before stream, I watched. Actually, part of the reason why I was late to stream is I was watching the next episode of Arcane. Why do I Arcana? I keep saying Arcana. Right. Arcane. I think because Arcana sounds cooler, but Arcane.
Yeah.
Dude, episode 3. I now know. I know why people are like watch episode 3. Watch episode 3. Don't quit now. Episode 3 got me hooked. I almost was like, all right, I'm gonna fucking binge this thing instead of streaming.
Which one is
episode 3 is it's the catalyst. Episode 3 is the one where it all happens. I want to be vague because I truly don't want to ruin this for anybody else. So
yeah, it goes kablooey.
Yes.
The whole thing.
Because, and by the way, things going kablooey, stories don't happen unless things go kablooey. Bad shit needs to happen in order for Thomas and Martha Wayne need to get shot. Krypton needs to be destroyed. Yada yada yada. Uncle Ben needs to fucking eat a lead salad sandwich. Yeah.
Lead salad sandwich.
Lead salad That's sandwich, right. Baby.
That's
pew
what
pew.
Uncle Ben ate, all right. All right. Anyway, you got into it.
Yeah. No, I'm like, I was so close to just be like, one more episode. Stream can wait. Yeah. But no, I wouldn't got on till like fucking 8 or 9 o'clock this time. So yeah, I can't. I'm actively looking forward to the next episode. I was bummed though. What bummed me out was like, fuck, man. I wish I had felt this way after watching the first episode or 2.
Of the series?
Of the series, only because I think that. Modern day TV, it works on the premise that you're going to watch the first handful of episodes. So, whereas I think if the show had been made a couple decades ago, pre-Netflix, pre-streaming, pre-binging, I think that first episode, or at least the parts of episode 3 would have happened in the pilot, right? Because the pilot has to sell. The pilot has to be. The pilot has to get you.
How does that change your attitude about it now? Like, you wish you felt like this in episode 1. What does that mean?
Because I honestly, after episode 2, I was so disinterested in the characters. The only thing that kept me was truly the art and the premise of the story.
I see what you're saying.
If it wasn't for that, I would have bailed. And that combined with everybody else egging me on to continue watching it, and give it another shot. But if not for that, there's a good chance I would have watched the first episode, said not my cup of tea, and then just bailed. Versus like this thing that I'm now actually really excited for, and now I'm starting to understand why people are like, my whole internet feed for the last 2 weeks has been chock full of Jinx fan art, Jinx and League of Legends art, just from creators I didn't even know gave 2 fucks about the game or the series.
I don't think they did.
Yeah,
I think they like the series.
Right. So like now I'm like, I finally was able to get the thing. I was like, I see it now. So I was like, fuck, man, fuck. Fine. Even if he had got me on episode 2, it would have been nice, because I came so close to not being able to get on board with it. So like that's why I was like, fuck.
Well, that aside, I'm glad you're on board, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Did you watch and finish the whole series already?
Mm-hmm.
Did you? Did you get to watch it before everybody else?
Yes.
Oh man, how long ago did you see it?
A year ago.
Oh shit.
Thereabouts.
God damn, dude. Holy crap.
Not all of it, but I think, you know, as it was trickling in. However, it does not take away from my enjoy. Like, it's different when you're sort of seeing it in isolation of anything. You know what I mean, Mike? Like, you're kind of just like, you know, internally, you're just kind of talking about it. You're sort of like, oh, that feels really good, and oh man, I really hope that lands well. Or you getting to see rough versions of it. You're like, oh, I can't wait to see the polished, you know, ready for prime time version of that kind of a thing. So, but you kind of get the story, right? Which is ultimately what I was really focusing in on, you know. But there's something to be said when the general public gets their hands on it and they really react positively. I think it's the same, not identical, but similar to the feeling of when you're watching an Endgame or an Infinity War at the movie theater as opposed to watching it on your screen at home. You know, like there's this sort of, the best term I can think of is like, you know, audience participation, you know, like everybody, you kind of, it feels good. You start seeing it on your, like to your point, you start seeing it on your social media all over the place, you know?
Yes.
So I think that feels nice. That feels really, it's sort of, as hard as that team worked on it, it's a great validation of all of their efforts and sort of this, having it be the first sort of series that League of Legends ever got themselves into, at least in this long format kind of a thing. It helps validate all their, you know, all these things that we're not insecure about, but certainly they were uncertain about it, you know?
Sure.
Is this going to work? Most video game movies, most video game IPs that try to turn it into a series really suck. And, you know, there's like sort of that curse, right?
Of course. No, that curse is legendary.
Around and they're like, yeah. I mean, it's, if you go look at, I think this is still true. It is the, if not the most, the best reviewed Netflix series that has come out.
I heard, I haven't looked yet. If you guys want to pull up the link, I'll take a look. I heard it's close to 100% reviewed. That's what I heard. I
don't know about that. But what I do know is that it's the favorable of it. And the most flack they give it is because Imagine Dragons is singing like the freaking thing. You know what I mean? That's the thing that people push back on.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the critiques I had.
Come on, it's not that bad. And besides, those guys are like, you know, hardcore. I mean, like what you like, obviously, but
yeah,
they're like hardcore League of Legends players.
Okay.
They know the IP.
I skip the intro. Is what I do.
What?
Yeah, I skip the intro.
That intro is, I think, I mean, not as epic, but certainly in theme and in spirit, it's kind of like the Game of Thrones intro. You know what I mean? Minus the banging soundtrack. You know?
Yeah, no, I can't. I don't like that band so much that I just it's a sacrifice I had to make. No intro for me.
You're a tough guy to impress. That's what I'm picking up.
No, man, I'm a softie. Generally speaking.
Right. Yeah.
There's so much bad shit that I enjoy, you know? like that Venom movie, for example.
Oh, sure.
But no, I don't know.
You can get through the Venom movie, but you can't get over
not the Imagine Dragons.
There's something going on with you.
Just that damn. That's just. I think I just don't like the tone of that guy's voice.
All right.
I think that's what gets me, unfortunately. Or maybe, you know, maybe I could watch you just on mute.
You know what's strange, and this is not actually that's a lie. I was about to say that I'm not throwing shade, but I obviously am. But it's like the challenges of this show are pretty apparent, which is how do you, from a creator / storyteller / you know, I guess you could say filmmaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you capture an existing fan base, you know? And be like, geez, you know, League of Legends being one of the most, if not the most popular video game that's being played around the world, right?
Yeah, yes.
And you're like, how do you get those guys who are are really loyal. Some would argue.
To a
Would
fault.
you say like overprotective, Mike?
Oh yeah. Oh, big
And
time.
in that level of loyalty, they are highly critical. You know.
Yes.
And then also go into this sort of geography of people who have they have nothing to do with, MOBAs. They have nothing to do with League of Legends and the lore that the fan base, the player base already know, and somehow capture them too. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's no small task. That's huge. But
No,
it
it's
proves
immense.
that it's possible, right? Similar to what Game of Thrones did whenever somebody goes like, oh, this happened in the book and I wish it happened in the book more like this, but the show overall until it dove off a cliff, right? People were really enjoying it for multiple seasons there.
Oh
right?
yeah.
And then you contrast that to
Here we go.
what Kevin Smith is trying to do with freaking Masters of the Universe,
Oh boy. Yeah,
It's clear to me that, and I don't know if you watched the most recent episodes, but I can't bear to watch it. I know that's really ironic for me to throw shade in that direction, but I don't think I should watch it,
No, I don't think anyone should watch it. I think no. I'm saying that for multiple reasons. The first one being that I've heard nothing good, and I also don't want. But I think even more so than that, for me, I'm not going to watch it because I don't want Kevin Smith. I don't want Kevin Smith's work to get views, even if it's a hate view.
Sure.
Even if it's a view out of curiosity.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's the worst kind, actually. The hate view.
Yeah.
That's worse than. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to waste my time, and I also don't want to encourage that, because Netflix doesn't care if you watch it because you hate it or you watch it because you're actually curious about it, or
Absolutely.
a view is a view, and each one of those views, Netflix can say, hey, maybe this was the right way to go. Maybe we need to do more of this in the future. Maybe we need to hire Kevin Smith to do another one of these. That's why
don't do that.
Yeah, that's why I'm not that curious. Even if I was, I'd find some other way to watch
my
it.
My point is that I think the same set of rules are in front of Kevin Smith, and it's so weird that he can fumble it so poorly.
Yeah.
Right? Because what I don't think a lot of these creators that are effectively borrowing IPs in order to use for their own personal voice box, right, is that they have absolutely no regard for how the thing existed previously. Somehow have an understanding and an appreciation for capturing the previous audience. And we're saying like, hey, we love you guys. There's a reason why we are making a reboot, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have this franchise to go into, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have an appreciation for that and say like, and we want to help build on top of it to capture a brand new audience. Rather than saying, which I think that they've done is basically say, well, we're going to throw everything out. All of this stuff, we're going to not pay attention. We're just going to take the pastiche, the tip of the iceberg, sort of the dressing, like the topical layer of it, and then put it into something that, Kevin Smith thinks it should be now, as opposed to what it ultimately is.
Yes.
And you go, and then you start thinking about like, why is that happening? And that's when it breaks down to me, and I don't know if you feel the same, where you go like, see how critical it is when you have that leadership? Right? Because everything trickles down from them.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
They have to have the proper they have to have sort of at the very least, an appreciation of the fan base, rather than what I think still is true, when people got ahead of him and he tried to do damage control and just started saying all sorts of garbage that was coming out of his mouth.
That was
in order to it was so disingenuous. It was like as close to a lie as you can possibly get. And when it finally comes out, it's so smug, the response that he gives. Because in the beginning, it was like, no, totally cool. Hey, we think that, it's the damage control version. As soon as it comes out, the guy does a heel turn and goes like, blah blah blah. You know, like you guys don't. You know, hey, Netflix told me all my decisions are right. So you mean I don't even have to care about fans? You know, I know that's not what he said.
Yeah, no. I mean, I said this when Masters of the Universe, not He-Man's and Masters of the Universe was released, that, you know, I would have been willing to even attempt to kind of embrace this newer look if only Kevin Smith had just been upfront and honest about what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
You know, if you say, hey, listen, this is going to be more focused on Tila and Evil Lyn. He-Man's taking a backseat. Now, again, people still would have been pissed. People would have bailed on it. People would have called him names. But at the very least, he would have had the fucking principles, the scruples to say, hey, this is my vision. This is where I'm taking it. But he didn't do that.
Right.
When he was called out for what he was doing, he called everyone a liar. He said that's not true. And then he deliberately threw that YouTube couple under the bus, who, again, very small. They were a very small YouTube channel at the time. Now I think they're around like 250,000 followers or subscribers, which is great. But no, he actively lied to the audience and to everybody else. He deliberately hid the truth. It was the work of a coward, man.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do something like that, at least fucking stand.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, stand up for your fucking convictions if that's how you feel. You don't have the fucking balls to say, hey, I did this. You're all a bunch of fucking assholes! You know, I think this is the right move. Just fucking stand by your choices. Or don't make them. You know, you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to say, hey, classic He-Man fans, this is a story for you. I'm the biggest He-Man fan in the world, which was very quickly proven he was not. They have audio tape of him saying that he didn't really care much for He-Man, which, you know, his actions speak louder than his words. This is for you guys. This is a continuation of the series, which also it technically isn't because they didn't have the rights for it. So just everything was just one. It was a sham, and for what I don't know. You know, the pessimist in me says that Kevin Smith did this because he wanted to get his name out there in the nerd community so he could promote Clerks 3.
Gross.
Which, if that's the case, I think it just blew up in his face. Because as far as I know, all the nerds who I've seen cover this, they've lost faith in Kevin Smith.
Sure. It doesn't take much, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there'll always be people who will support that guy no matter what, but, you know, the people who would have, you know, been hardcore about supporting him, I don't think they're down to do it anymore. I
know I'm not. And, you know, listen, it's just a shitty thing to be. And also, you know, there was one time years ago, I was listening to the Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew podcast. This is like 5 years ago or more. And he brought up Kevin Smith and they had a big falling out. And Adam Carolla broke it down like so one of them got screwed on a gig and Carolla has his side of the story and Kevin Smith has got his side of the story. And Carolla was like, and they were both talking about it at the time. And I was actually listening to Kevin Smith's Fat Man on Batman podcast. Again, it's like 5 or 6 years ago. I don't listen to either of those podcasts anymore. But Kevin Smith had brought it up and said that Carolla was, you know, so-and-so, and he was lying. And then Carolla said Kevin Smith was lying, and it was just his word versus his word. And at the time I thought, man, I don't know this, but, you know, Kevin Smith does seem like a pretty cool guy. I don't know why he'd lie. I'm like, well, I don't know why Carolla would lie either, but I haven't thought about it. But then I was thinking about it the other day. And after the thing with Kevin Smith, I thought, well, fuck, man. This dude is a liar. This dude is a fucking liar. I'm like, fuck, I think Adam Carolla was right this whole fucking time. Why would he lie about it? Yeah, so just to give you an example of like how my opinion has changed on someone, well, which obviously it should. If a person shows you what they're capable of, their true colors, again, said by actions, not words, then you have nothing to do but to judge them on the evidence of their character or lack thereof. Sure. So yeah, just a slight little aside to my feeling on Kevin Smith.
And I don't want to say what he did with He-Man is ultimately indicative of the person that he is, but it's the sum of everything that he's done moving forward, right? Like once he crossed into the threshold of just not like being a guy who put all of his movies on his credit cards or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The moment he started becoming the guy who can't really break through a particular like ceiling of success, right? And then when those wells started to dry up, you could start to see him sort of change into whoever he is now, you know?
Oh yeah.
And then it culminates into like a guy that's crying about Star Wars trailers, and you know what I mean? Like,
oh god.
straight up lying to fans, you know?
Yeah.
And finding a way to sort of like do the little mambo around how he lied. Actually, I didn't lie because I had said this and blah blah blah. And you're like, dude, you're barely a filmmaker. There's got to be a lawyer too.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really lie because, you know, He-Man is still in the series. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Exactly. It's like, these are not your fucking children. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're right, Dad. He didn't lie. It still doesn't feel good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Like, imagine it from the fans' point of view. Imagine it from the viewer / the guys who are like really super committed, not just to you, but obviously to the franchise that you're taking on. Like, how does that feel when you tell them, oh, I didn't really lie to you because technically He-Man's in it, you know? I'm surprised not enough, you know, like a ton of people's eyeballs didn't get stuck as it rolled into their head. You know?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, sure, Kevin, you didn't lie, but you weren't genuine either. You know?
No, not at all. And then, man, it seems like the man. And you're right. You can't condemn a person entirely based on a shittier decision or two, but you know, it should definitely be weighed as a factor, because, and it's one thing if you know he was remorseful. Okay, you know what? I panicked. I made a misstep. I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize to the YouTubers and the fans who I deceived, or however he would say it more politically. You know, take his lumps, right? Actually, because I'm not part of some ridiculous cancellation mob, right? I do think that there should be room for redemption, right? Especially if there's
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that. I don't know why people have gotten it out of their system that there's ways back from this kind of thing, you know? The moment you're not going to be able to, you know, get forgiveness from everybody. But then when you say, hey, I messed up, right? Everybody messes up. And it's like, what else can they hold against you at that point? Hey, yeah, well, at least he knows, you know?
Right.
And he's genuinely apologized for it. At the very least, they tell you never to apologize, but at the very least say like, yo, that's my bad, you know? My attitude is try to be as upfront about it as possible, right? And don't be a dummy about like when somebody calls you out and say, hey, this show's going to be all about Tila. It doesn't solve anything by sort of like, you know, compounding the issue by trying to cover up your tracks when you've been found out, you know?
Right. Yeah. No, listen, man, when you get caught.
Or don't say anything. Just don't say anything.
That would have been the best. Just let people judge it for themselves. Keep quiet. But he can't do that.
Dude, I'm getting out of
here. Can't help himself.
He couldn't help himself.
Can't help himself.
Which is, I think, to his detriment, man. Because I think because of this kind of debacle, I think he lost the trust of a lot of his former fans. And I think because of that, people are going to be more hesitant about watching things like Clerks 3 or any of his other future projects. That, when you combine that with the Kevin Smith that we know now versus the Kevin Smith from the 90s, who was kind of this like badass, devil may care, renegade, you know, hey, I've got my camera, I got some film, you know, I'm charging this movie to my credit cards, I've got a script I've written, I believe in this, I'm going to do it. Hollywood be damned. Versus
people are like, yeah, bro, do it that way. I'll support that. You know?
Yeah. This is badass. This is, you know, this is avant-garde. This is indie as hell. This is dope. Right. Now we get the guy who's crying over Star Wars movies. The guy who's, you know, filming CW shows, right? Directing episodes of Supergirl and swearing up and down how amazing and incredible the Supergirl TV shows is and how it brings him to tears. You're like, are you watching the same show I'm watching, Kevin Smith? Because this show's not very good.
Here's another thing, and I want us to consider this, right? Like,
please.
As far as the fan base is concerned, it's clear that he's sort of burned a handful of bridges, if not the majority of them, right? Okay, that's problematic enough, I think. That's like, the fans are never going to trust you, or at least not as much as they should, right? Or at the very least, your road to redemption is a little bit steeper than somebody else's, yeah?
Yeah.
What ultimately, I think where it's going to be the most impactful is the people who are hiring him, right? They'll see that conduct and be like, is this the guy that we want to get in business with? You know, because, and I remember, I think it was Will Smith that said this out loud before, which the only color that Hollywood cares about is green. You know, like all of these sort of like fake virtue signaling, all of these genuflecting, all this like sort of, you know, whatever it is that the public and outward sort of like, look how cool we are. Hey, we're one of the good guys kind of things. That is all predicated, motivated about income. You can talk all about like social credit and all, you know, how it makes them look to the general public. But you know, there's that thing that I can't remember. It was you and me that were looking through it. Like, it was a day after Gay Pride Month, and there was like a photo of some campus where they're ripping down flags. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get these the fuck off.
Because the month was over. It's like, that's Hollywood through and through. If they think there's an undiscovered pocketbook that they can get themselves into, they're happy to freaking do it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so if you see an agent out there who's just actively and awkwardly engaging with fans, right? Especially because how long has it been since you've heard anything about Kevin Smith? How long? Anything relevant?
It's been the last Clerks movie, if we're not counting his like little stint directing a Supergirl TV show here and there.
Exactly. As close to irrelevant in contrast to where he was back in the day when he was like as close to top of mind as possible.
Sure, man, right? Dude, he was working with giant Hollywood names.
Trying so hard to like be relevant, still to remain relevant. You know, so good luck in your whatever second tour of irrelevancy.
Oh God.
After this.
Yeah, no, it's you bring up an excellent point. Whereas, imagine if Kevin Smith had knocked it out of the park if he had managed to do what Jon Favreau had done with Mandalorian, where people had all but given up on Star Wars, and then you get Mandalorian season 1, season 2, and Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau really just help reignite the love of the fan base again. Something that I thought was, I mean, even yours truly, who does love Star Wars, thought, you know what, maybe Disney Star Wars just isn't Star Wars anymore. It's just not for me.
Sure.
What happened with Kevin Smith?
Oh, he's directed.
He took the He-Man franchise, and made it about Teela. And when people called him out on it and said, "Hey, is this about Teela?" before it even got released, he went on a public tour of, first of all, denouncing it, and then the people who uncovered it, he threw them under the bus.
Yes, 100%.
And then when the series finally released, he goes on a smug tour of like, well, I did what I wanted, and I was enabled and empowered by Netflix, and who cares about those people that are detracting from it, right? And so that first part came out however many months ago, and people lost their shit, as the internet does. And in the most recent, the second part came out, and more of the same, which is, you called it Masters of the Universe. And here's the thing. Here's one of the things that I thought was so disingenuous. You would, I think this is true, Mike, please correct me if I'm wrong. He actively went out there and said, like, well, He-Man's technically not in the title,
Yes, he did say something along those lines. Yeah.
But just months previous, when he was being called out for it, it's like, no, He-Man's in it.
Yeah.
Which is not technically a lie,
No. Yeah, no,
just
not a lie.
It was called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, but instead he leaned really hard on Masters of the Universe and said, you know what, I'm going to tell these stories about, and they caught him way before the series got released, Chin. They said, is this about Teela? Is this about like not He-Man at all? And he's only making like, guest appearances or whatever it is. And it's like, no, He-Man's in it. And the honest to goodness truth was, yes, he was, but not in the capacity that the previous show did.
How did they find out? Was it just leaked from like within the people working on it?
Yeah, people who worked on the show maybe, or just whatever it is. People who work behind the scenes leaked it out. Whatever. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. He could have just been like, oh yeah, no, I think it's, and this is what I was talking about with Mike, which is, if you're in a leadership capacity, and I know you're trying to do damage control before a series comes out, the best that you could do, in my opinion, is not say anything. Don't say anything.
Yeah,
just don't go out there and just like open your mouth, right? But more importantly, if you do end up saying something, don't do something that they're going to end up hanging you with later on. Put simply, don't fucking lie about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, perfectly said. Ideally, in hindsight, he should have just said nothing and let the series stand up on its own merit, or not.
Right.
No, he was deliberately argumentative, combative, aggressive with fans, which is again something that I personally have come over the last few years have come to really detest a behavior in creators, especially when dealing with properties that they do not own, fan bases that they have no right to, fan bases that aren't theirs.
I don't like it.
We've seen this happen. We've seen this happen time and again in comic books, in movies, and TV shows. These long-running franchises or previously known properties are taken and repurposed, and then when fans are distressed by various changes done to decades-old properties, are insulted, berated, and just generally treated in a very aggressive manner by creators.
And then it's the fans' fault, you know? They turn it around and say, "Oh, it's the fans' fault. That you guys are all misogynist and racist, and you know,
you're trolls."
And you're like, well, "Yeah, no, they're not. They're genuinely in love with this franchise. They want it to succeed. They want it around. But the good faith and credit between Kevin Smith and everybody that's come before him, they've kind of leveraged franchises. Ghostbusters just came out, and everybody's looking back at that. People still fight over how." How misogynist people were for not liking that all lady Ghostbusters.
Oh right, I forgot.
Like, can you take it that maybe it's less about the misogyny and more about as a theater experience, as a movie experience, that thing sucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really bad. It was really unfunny, which is unfortunate because.
Did you watch it?
I went to the theater to watch the Lady Ghostbusters.
Really?
And the reason why was because I was watching Saturday Night Live at the time, and you had this group of women. By the way, I also thought Bridesmaids was very funny, man.
Bridesmaids was great.
Right? So you got these. So you got Kristen Wiig.
I have no problem with the actresses, by the way.
Right?
I love them.
Kristen Wiig, Leslie Jones, Kate McKinnon, and Melissa McCarthy. There's a reason why I know all those ladies' names off the top of my head is because each one of them has made me crack up at one point or another. So I thought, okay,
they're good.
Yeah. So I thought these are four really funny ladies. Okay, listen, this does seem a little crowbarred in. It's Ghostbusters, but it's Levy. I was willing to give it a chance, man. I like giving things a chance. I really do, because I don't want to be a pessimist all the time. I want to be open-minded about shit. So I went in there.
You love movies.
I do love movies. I like having a good time. I want to have a good time. I don't want to hate things. I want to enjoy shit. So I went in there with open mind, and I shouldn't have, because it was terrible. I wanted to like it, but it was just really, really bad, and the jokes were unfunny, and it felt crowbarred in, and it felt like a giant lecture. And then when people didn't like it, including myself, we were called names, and it didn't feel good. It was it was unfair. However, I watched the new Ghostbusters, and I enjoyed the shit out of it.
Yep. And people call you names anyway. And people still call you names because you like this one because and you didn't like the other one. People still make fun of it, like, this is really, really good, you guys. The story makes sense. The characters are endearing. Things make,
I teared up at the end of Ghostbusters. Did you anybody else see the Ghostbusters movie?
Get out of here. You know what? You got the weirdest set of heartstrings. I swear to God.
Yeah, true.
I know, man. It was just, listen, man, the ending is very touching. I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The fact that movie did not have as big a budget as the previous, right?
Yeah.
And they actually made you feel things. And that's on purpose. That didn't just accidentally happen where you're like, oh man, this is really touching. That's crafted by people who actually know what they're doing, as opposed to like what the previous Ghostbusters movie did, which is just like, we're just going to let them kind of spiffball and do whatever the hell they want and not necessarily have a strong script in place,
Yeah. You're just gonna wing it.
Yeah, that's crafted. That's actual craftsmanship of how to make movies. However, there's somebody, right, who understood what the franchise was, right, with the original four, and said, I think I know how to bring in those guys, the fans of that original series, but also be an additive to it. And it has to start from story. It has to start, the premise, the foundation of it has to be a good story, and it needs to make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on board. Instead of going like, well, I'm just going to take the patina of this, sort of the the decals of it, right?
Mm.
The top layer, and then just wrap it around whatever stupid thing that comes into my mind because I think it's funny.
Yeah, unfortunate. Real unfortunate. Because you do that to a disservice to everyone.
Yeah.
The original fan of the property.
The fans.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
No.
I was gonna say, like, the fans are obviously critical to the franchise, but the people that people like Kevin Smith should be paying attention to are their bosses, because Hollywood doesn't give a crap of how strong your signal is. They need to make money because they have investors.
Yes.
They have a board.
It's a business.
Right? They have a what? Yeah, it is a business, right? And you can talk about how, oh man, these guys are like trying to tank, blah 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 blah. Nope, that's not how that works.
Yes.
Well, I don't know why he
make
would
money
lie about
eventually.
it. Like, that's the
Say
thing.
again?
Like, people would probably have been okay with it if he just didn't lie.
That's what Michael was saying. Or if they weren't okay, at the very least, you have your principles to fall back on. You know, it's like, yeah, I didn't lie. You know, I was telling you the truth. This is the kind of He-Man show that I wanted to tell. I wanted to tell a story about Teela. That's the reason why we didn't put He-Man in the Masters of the Universe. We said Masters of the Universe, and there's more to that IP than just He-Man, so we're going to focus on this. Cool. All right. So now you give people the right launching pad to understand what your miniseries is about, you know? But instead, no, He-Man's, because he didn't want to lose that. He didn't, like, again, he's fucking cowardly as hell, you know?
And yeah, man. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too.
Yep.
You guys
But
think the
what's
new Clerks
worse?
is gonna be good?
What's worse is when it came out, and he was so smug about it. After it came out, he didn't have to play damage control anymore.
Yeah.
He stood out there like he was a tough guy, chin out, chest out, saying like, "Well, I'm some Netflix. Let me do what I want."
Yeah, Netflix.
You know?
Netflix loves it. Netflix loves that you hate it. Which is damn. It's so damn needlessly aggressive. It's needlessly combative, and I've got less and less patience for creators who decide to take that fight with a fandom, to actively pursue aggression when dealing with all you're dealing with people who the fandom that often get called whatever it might be, or almost always portrayed in media as being toxic trolls full of isms and phobes, and they must be hated and resented and condemned and damned, when really this is a terrible misconception. Because really what you're seeing is you're dealing with a fan base.
Everything
not
is sexist.
all of them.
Everything is racist. Everything is homophobic.
But unfortunately, a lot of fans, this comes from a place of love. So this anger or vitriol that might possess, and this isn't all of them. Obviously, there are going to be a few bad eggs, but the fandom for most of these properties, they love this thing and hold it so near and dear. They're highly protective of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all that is. Mm-hmm. They're not Klansmen who are firing up their tiki torches. They love a thing. This comes from a place of
like how Klansman is now associated with tiki torches.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. What a move. What a PR move. I bet the tiki torch people not happy.
Hey, you guys think the new Clerks is gonna be any good?
Oh man, you know what? I don't know. Like I said, man, I have no interest in watching it. I mean, and the other thing is, to be honest, I didn't even have that much of an interest in watching it even before this whole Kevin Smith debacle. Even like pre him tanking He-Man and crying on camera endlessly.
Did he actually cry though?
Yeah, no, man. Dude, if you Google right now, if you're curious, tap open, hit that Control T on your Chrome, get another tab open, type in Kevin Smith crying, and hop on right over Google Images, and you will see a middle-aged man.
Miserable 10-15 minutes.
You will see a middle-aged man in his backwards baseball cap, crying as if he lost a loved one. Crying as if he just got the worst news you could imagine, while watching insert like just listen, insert Star Wars, what was it, Rise of the Skywalker? I was gonna say The Last Skywalker. Last Jedi, CW show. She was crying over hard. Like,
Hey man,
like
as somebody who cried over Ghostbusters, I don't know if you want to talk.
Listen, when I say cry, I'm talking about like a single tear, because
man, you just gave us fodder to fight back with.
No, fuck off. A single tear. And by the way, here, I'm gonna spoil this.
No,
I'm gonna spoil this for you right now. No, I don't want to spoil it for you. But listen, here's the deal.
Don't do it despite Jim.
I'll tell you this real fact about Ghostbusters. You know the reason why they can never do a full-blown Ghostbusters movie is because the co-creator, is dead. Harold Ramis, Egon Spengler, he died a handful of years ago. I think he had a heart attack, I believe. I might be mistaken. So his presence in the movie was felt throughout the movie, right? Because obviously you can't have a Ghostbusters movies and not acknowledge that, well, fucking Harold Ramis can't be in it because he's dead. So obviously, and by the way, they show it in the trailer. They're like, our grandpa left us this, and then they show Egon Spengler's, in the basement, they show his old Ghostbusters uniform, right? So it's like that's the touching shit, that Harold Ramis is dead. I'm not crying because Daisy Ridley is fucking decided to start calling herself Luke Skywalker, or she decided that, all right, Luke Skywalker's dead, Leia's dead, I'm the next Skywalker, I'm Daisy Ridley. Call me Rey Skywalker, even though I'm a Palpatine. Terrible writing. Let's go. End credits. Right. And Kevin Smith is like, oh my God. Kevin Smith's his eyes are just juicy with tears. His fucking nose is running. It's like, come on, man.
Like it's so profound to him.
Get the fuck out of here. This is terrible. Anyway, by the way, those tears, when I thought they were real, I thought it was lame, but okay. Now, one of the reasons why I'm ripping on him is because in my head at this point, I think those are crocodile tears. I think those tears are the reason why I hadn't ripped on him up until this point is because, like I said, to Jin's point, it is a bit hypocritical of me to be tearing up during Ghostbusters movie and then throw Kevin Smith on the bus for weeping uncontrollably.
I was just joking.
But no, but it's a fair critique.
It's true.
But after the He-Man thing, after all these other things, you're like, oh. I think, like I said, I believe they're crocodile tears. I believe it's all theatrics. I think this is his resume. This is him, as Eric mentioned earlier. This is Kevin Smith trying to crawl and scrape his way back into the big leagues again, because he hasn't been relevant since 2006 Clerks.
He's been so irrelevant. And the fact that people are talking about him, he must be so fucking happy. His ego must be just like, oh man, this feels so good. I'm on, somebody's talking about me on Newsweek or whatever the hell it is,
Yeah.
Dude, I've recently decided I don't really want to be an influencer anymore.
Why not? What happened?
Yeah.
It's just fame, man. Fame is such a double-edged sword. Like, it's a breeding ground for narcissism, and like, I don't need any more of that than I already have. Like, I'll still fucking stream and shit, but just do it for fun. I don't want to have to release content daily. I don't want to have to like, like, I feel like people like you and Mike, you get that happy medium where your artwork is being the conduit for your career, rather than somebody whose face is like, it's like me, like, look at the me show, it's me, and like their face is their brand. I feel like, I don't know. It's just seems like a lot.
You don't want to become the next Charlie D'Amelio?
Yo,
there's a Charlie D'Amelio.
Some TikTok.
One of the TikTokers that makes faces and gets a lot of money for it.
Yeah, I still don't understand that. There's two of them, right?
Charlie and Dixie.
And Charlie and Bitchy? What'd you say the other one was?
Dixie.
Dixie? No, you fuck with me, dude.
Not Dixie D'Amelio.
No, hang on, I'm googling that.
It's true.
I don't even know how to spell the last name.
D'Amelio.
Wow, Dixie. Who the fuck named Dixie D'Amelio?
I like it. I like it. Dixie's like an old school name, like a vintage.
Or okay. I think my problem was with it is not with the name Dixie. I take that back. It's the alliteration. It's the same reason why I said
the DD.
yeah, if I had a kid, I would never name them Dennis because it's too much. Like, hey, I'm Danny DiNicola, right? It's too much, right? The alliteration is too severe.
I like it. I'm into it. On my on my deathbed, I will command you to name your child Denny.
Name him Denny. Yeah.
Do it for me, Mikey.
Oh fuck! I just fucking or it's like, all right, hey, listen, a deathbed request. I got to do it. You know the rules. Two Oak says Dixie D'Amelio has to be a CIA op. How would someone so mediocre be so famous?
What are you talking about? That's all of
dude,
fucking TikTok.
That's a lot of TikTokers, and that's also like every reality every reality show TV star. You just essentially here's what's more likely. They're all DiNicola. Oh man. But she's not even.
What's more likely?
Oh, what's more likely, that these gals are CIA operatives or that our society is just broken? Why? Because like you'd also have to toss in like the Kardashians and just about every other gigantic reality, social media, TikTok, Instagram star, YouTuber that is of mediocre caliber content and quality, but who just surged to popularity for
oh my god,
just about no reason.
I can't believe Kim Kardashian kissed Pete Davidson. Can you believe that? So crazy,
dude. Oh my god, man, dude. People that obsess over that shit. But you know, I realized that's their obsessing over like what the Kardashians or the D'Amelio sisters are doing. Old Dix and Chuck D'Amelio. This is their adventures, man. Dude, seeing Kim Kardashian making out with Pete Davidson, that's like that's their Iron Man meeting Captain America for the first time. This is like that's their fucking, that's them getting pumped up. Actually, my lady watches all those Bravo reality TV shows, you know, so like the Real Housewives and fucking that kind of stuff. And I, again, can't shit on her for it because I'll literally be like, that's a lame, as I'm playing like Pokemon Go. You know, that's so stupid, as I crack open a comic book about a cartoon man who flies in the sky. But I was like, hey, I'm like, I turned to her.
Who is something Davidson? Who is that?
Pete Davidson is that raccoon-eyed, tall, lanky, blonde-haired dude who was engaged to Ariana Grande.
How did he come into fame? Like
I don't know.
He's not at all intriguing to look at. He's not.
Oh, I think he's intriguing to look at because he looks so ghoulish.
Oh yeah, but not that. I mean, yeah. Like, is he funny? Yeah. Does he?
He's not particularly funny. He's not unfunny, but he's not. I wouldn't watch his stand-up special. I'll tell you that much. Does he
have a stand-up special?
I watched it. It's really. We're talking about Pete Davidson, right?
Yeah.
It's really not like, I thought it was really bad.
Yeah.
Like,
so
I don't know. I just don't find him funny.
Yeah, I don't particularly. Again, I've seen a few episodes. I've seen a few of his skits on Saturday Night Live, and some of them are really bad, and some are serviceable. Some are actually funny, but it's hit or miss. He's not a Dave Chappelle. He's not a Bill Burr. He's not really. He's not. So again, for some reason, I think he started dating Ariana Grande, and that thrust him into the stratosphere. He became one of those names that, you know, he became an Avenger. He gave me like, it's, you know, that's this is how I read it. This is my beat on it through my stupid myopic lens, comparing everything to comic book and comic book movies. This is what makes sense to me. This is the shit that they obsess over.
Clout made his career. Without Ariana Grande, I highly doubt he'd be anywhere near where.
No, but think about all the other SNL cast members who come and go, and there are maybe about like 10% of them that like actually do something after the fact, but the rest of them just kind of, you know, more often than not linger in obscurity and just vanish. Pete Davidson started banging in A-list celebrity, and just he was able to kind of propel himself into that kind of tabloid media universe.
Something kind of crazy. I watched an interview with him, and he said that after they broke up, she went around telling everybody that I had a big dick but he didn't. So it's like that's the worst thing you can do to a guy, man.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I see. So she lied about him having a big dick because it would set up expectations, wild expectations.
It's pretty fucked.
Well, dude, that's why I always said that if you're an Asian dude with like a regular to bigger size dick, you're fucking flying high, right? Because of the stereotype. However, the opposite is true. If you're a black dude with a like a smaller size dick, even if it was like, you know, smaller on the smaller side of average, you're fucked. They're gonna start calling you baby dick.
Said she hooked up with a dude who had an acorn. Feels bad.
Yeah, man. There's too much hype. Way too much hype.
You want some dick? His dick is definitely broken.
Describing
Yeah,
this
Kate,
dick. Well, it
Kate
looks like
just
a
messaged
seed
me
that like
and
half
said that
sprouted.
they,
What the fuck?
Who messaged you?
Kate Bell.
Oh, okay.
And she said somebody on Instagram was mad because people are wearing stripper shoes, and that people wearing stripper shoes is offensive to sex workers.
Oh my god.
Huh?
Oh my god. How do you even find that?
And huh?
Like, how do you even find that post?
I don't know. She runs it.
Huh? Wait, which Kate Bell?
Bellatrix hangs out on stream.
Oh. Wait, she said that?
Yeah, apparently she came across some very strange sounding comments.
Oh, she came across.
Look at this butthole.
Yeah, she what do you call it? She screamed.
I was gonna say like her opinion
It's
is her
like an
opinion because I
Instagram
like
story
Bell.
that
Yeah,
says,
that's
"I
fucking-
love Twigs, but why does she insist on using stripper aesthetics again and again? This is a reminder that if you haven't, don't work in strip club. You should not own pleasers, and you should especially should not use them as an aesthetic."
Wow, so this woman's really talking about stripper cultural appropriation.
Yes. Yeah, while I look for info on pleasers, this is just some general info. How to make art about sex work. Do's and don'ts without offending sex workers. We're there now.
Wow.
Can't find any info about pleasers themselves just yet, so don't really feel like it's my place to speak on specifics anymore. They're culturally significant to a specific community that is mistreated because of the work they do. Anti-SW stigma kills, so the shoes or the pole or any other part of the culture are not something that can just be done. That was a lot of stupid things I just introduced into my eyeballs.
Ugh. Oh my god. Dude, man, you know how sick I am of
Shut
hearing...
the fuck up. That makes me so angry.
Do you know how sick I fucking am of hearing the such and such is violence? Such and such is violence. Silence is violence. Jokes are violence. Drawing stripper shoes, that's violence. You're like, and the amount of hoops that these people jump to get to that conclusion, the amount of like stretching.
And don't wear those things because you know that's a thing that's being used by a bunch of people. Like, you stupid idiot.
Oh my god, man.
That is a stretch of the worst, like, gray matter, no lump brain ever. You know, like, no groove brain ever.
God damn.
It's true, man.
Motherfuckers,
It's true.
man.
It is true. I'm not arguing. Something I saw
All the
recently.
energy that you're using, you use it on that fucking stretch, you know?
Dude.
Something I saw recently is Daily Dose of the Internet, I think it was. He made a post on Twitter or something that was like, I will not use trigger warnings for spiders and blah 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 blah. Like, literally, like, I don't know. I gained a lot of respect because it's like, yeah, dude, fucking people were like screaming at him for not using trigger warnings about like literally fucking everything. It's like, man, like, of course there's some certain cases where it's like, yeah, sure, why not, like blinking lights or like,
sure, but, right, yeah, epilepsy, right? This might actually, but like that makes sense, right? Like if I'm about to blast you with lights that might actually trigger like an epileptic seizure, 100%, I'm gonna fucking, if anything, just not get sued, right? Just like, okay, this is gonna be real bad for your brain, so you might want to divert your eyes.
If you recognize all these things, all the ones that we unanimously go like, this is dumb, right? This is dumb. It's all about feelings protection now. It's not what you guys are talking about, where you're like, "Yo, this episode of freaking Pokemon, like there's a lot of flashing in here that could cause like actual epileptic seizures." This one's about like, "Oh, my feelings are important, so I'd rather not be looked at."
Yeah.
Right. Hey, consider the feelings of sex workers, so don't wear their stuff. It's like there is no harm. There is literally no genuine harm happening outside of feelings.
Yeah, you're right.
So we're in everything is in the feelings protection business now.
I'm not in the feelings
Knock it
protection
off.
division.
Stop being stupid.
I think I'm
developing a weak. You're helping to develop a weak ass fucking culture. Knock it off.
Just weak people.
I think, like, TikTok and social media are so shit because everybody like lives in their own world, and it's everything is the me showed for like everybody. It's like, fuck, man. Like, all these kids grow up thinking like the world revolves around that.
It's real.
And the thing is, I'm not advocating for you to be an asshole, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying like, hey, go be a jerk and offend as many people as you can.
Right.
But consider for a minute, right, that not everything is about you. So when you stand on like whatever social media, if you have like an influencer, Jen, if somebody's like, oh yeah, Dave Chappelle isn't funny because as a trans person, I don't particularly find him funny. And now suddenly you speak for the trans community.
Right.
And the moment I find somebody from that community that says, actually, Dave Chappelle is kind of funny. He's funny to me. Right?
Yeah.
That throws your feelings and emotions out the window when you start speaking for an entire group of people, because you don't. You can say this is the valid pivot is to say, I don't find him funny. As a person of that community, I think it's offensive and yada, yada, yada. But that's just me. Instead, people just have like this weird sense of like, they're more important than who they ultimately are, and therefore their feelings encompass a lot of different people's other feelings as well, which is probably true, but it's also not fair. It's also not real. Because if I'm offended by like, oh God, what am I? If I'm offended by like a short Filipino joke,
Like, yeah,
I
can't think about what you
God,
were.
old short Filipino with a small PV. I'd be like, oh man, that's really fucking actually, I don't have to that's funny to me. But let's just say, right, that I found something like that offensive. I'm gonna speak from my specific, unique vantage point, and as far as I wouldn't have enough sense of like how awesome I am, or I speak for an entire community's worth of people. That's what we're gotten into now. Because social media and people who are like quote unquote influencers, people who follow them because of like identity or whatever, think now they think that their platform is sort of like the end all be all.
Yes.
It's really stupid. Really stupid.
Dumb. What I don't like about it, what I
protection game.
What I dislike about it most is I think it's demanding that you live in a constantly or perpetually moving safe space where you are always protected. There are trigger warnings. And by the way, what's the end game on that trigger warning?
There isn't one.
Because
there isn't one sustainable one.
Right? It just goes on in perpetuity, endlessly, trigger warnings. Yes. Because again, you can't please everyone. I think there are some exceptions to be made, like the one for epilepsy. That's a pretty fucking big one. But as far as like you being afraid of spiders or blood or whatever, listen, that sucks. I'm sorry. Please see a therapist. Not on us. That's on you. Because you can't go through life existing in a protective bubble. There are things that are going to happen that are going to be traumatic and quote unquote triggering and upsetting, and they're going to suck. However, how you come to terms with that conflict and the inner turmoil is what makes you a human being, a functional human being in our society.
You are meant to deal with the issues that you have issues with, right? Not everybody else should be compelled to deal with your issue. Nothing should be incumbent upon somebody else so you can feel better about yourself. It'd be nice, but it shouldn't be expected. I don't want anybody to act like an asshole to somebody who has like disabilities or whatever it is, right? Fear of spiders, fear of like color purple or whatever it is, but that's your issue. You want society to change everything not purple because you have issues with it? You're insane. You don't want people to wear, stripper clothing because it's insensitive to like sex workers.
Yeah. Also, like, how dare you speak for every sex worker? All the sex workers I've ever known, I highly doubt they give two fucks what you wear. Because most of them are just trying to pay their goddamn bills.
Last of their concerns, right?
What was that, Jin? You think what?
I think it's the last of their concerns.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bard Ross. The idea of trigger warning has completely changed for me. Having seen people go into a full psychotic meltdown in response to a stimulus is equivalent of social allergies. Nothing to actually worry about, so they stop breathing in response to everyday situation. That's the problem. There's no distinguishing anything on a spectrum. I don't like the word moist is lumped in with seizures. Dog, not even remotely the same.
Speaking of sex work, I have a new job.
Oh man, it's gonna be a big yikes for me, dog.
You finally opened up that OnlyFans?
I am managing woman of the fans variety.
Nice.
Oh yeah? Anyone I know?
No, but this came about because a certain friend who manages a girl that rhymes with the name Lindy Box told me that she made over 200K a month at her peak. And I would not complain about 20% of that.
Yeah. Listen,
so
man.
now I'm going to do this.
Dude, do it.
Smart.
Do it, man.
Simple as that.
Help her out.
I gotta
man.
rate some dicks, dude, for 20K, dude. I don't
Dude,
give a shit.
yeah, rate some dick. Who gives a shit,
I will
man?
rate dicks.
Yeah, listen. Most of us, if
Mike, I'm coming to see you soon with my fucking, cause I'm fly with the game.
Yeah. Well, I'll be here, man. Let me know. I just had a birthday party. It was very nice.
Any chance you'll be near New Jersey during Christmas time?
Probably not, unless somebody I know out in Jersey is like, hey, come by. Well, what part of Jersey though? Because there's like across the river Jersey, and then there's like South Jersey, the middle of nowhere.
Which I think is West Jersey. I don't know.
Yeah, well, DM me, man. Let me know when you're around. I'm kind of curious about Bard's interactions with people with mental health issues, because Bard's been hanging out in the psych ward as part of his studying recently.
Oh, God.
If
I've
there's
been in
anybody
there
who's
before.
I'm all ears in regards to what trigger warnings ultimately can be, at least the valid version of what that is, it's that guy,
Right. Yeah, no, the actual guy who's
Not like
studying medicine.
shows,
The guy who's actually fucking learning to become a doctor. Yeah.
I've been in a cycle before. It's fucked. It's it's not a good place to be.
Dixie D'Amelio.
Don't do that. What is the ATA? What is that? American Truckers Association? Is that what that means?
Oh, is that what that is?
I don't know. Anyway, there's supposedly 2.5 million of them are about to quit if the vaccine mandate doesn't reverse course. Good luck with your Christmas stuff, you guys.
I thought the vaccine mandate was held up in the courts because, the whatever circuit was like, no.
Yeah, it was. And the the nefarious concept about that is that I think this administration knew that was the inevitability, right?
Oh.
But they tried to get as much of it out there as much as possible, right? They're not stupid, you know what I mean? They're just not dummies. They're just like, let's just put this thing into, try to push this thing into law or whatever it is, into an order, right?
Yeah.
But they knew they were going to get pushback. But between then and the time when the courts said, no, knock that off, that's unconstitutional as fuck, or at the very least, there's no premise behind it, so you just can't push it for the sake of pushing it. They knew they were going to get a bunch of companies going like, well, we better, like in my neighborhood, and I know this is anecdotal, so take it with a grain of salt. In my neighborhood, in looking into, walking into a Walmart, walking into like a bunch of places that have pharmacies, there were signs that said, hey, no walk-ins today. And I was like, that's weird, because like, you know, there's such a huge push to be like, hey, when you're ready for a vaccine, you can get one, you know?
Yeah.
And the reason why, when I inquired about it at the local, I don't know if you have something equivalent out in your neck of the woods, Mike, it's over here, it's called a Fred Meyer, right?
Okay.
It's like a different kind of Walmart, you know?
Okay.
Anyway, I asked about it and I said, hey, how come you guys don't have any walk-ins? And they're like, oh, people are just getting vaccinated left and right. And I said, oh, is that right? And she's like, yeah, it's probably because of that, you know, that mandate, and people want to keep their jobs. And I'm like, this is awful. They are being coerced in order for their, you know, in order to hold on to their jobs. Their employers are like, hey, if you want to continue working here, you better get vaccinated. What the hell? So yeah, the administration knew they were going to get pushback. I suspect. I'd bet good money on it. But between then and the time that the courts actually came down and said, hey, stop doing that, they were going to get as many people as they could.
Well, it seemed to have worked. Yeah, man. I know. You know, most people I know, not only have they got their first and second vax, they've already gotten their boosters.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, man, people are definitely doing it. Actually, I would say the vast minority, at least in my social circles, I feel like I know way more people who have gotten the vax and are on their way to get boosters versus not gotten it. And I think it's,
yeah, for sure.
I think people just kind of, you know, you accept, listen, you just kind of go with the flow, right? Just like, all right, well, this is, yeah.
And it's made so much more difficult for them to conduct themselves normally, you know? I don't have anything against people getting their vaccines. If that's what's good for them, if that's what works for them, go ahead and get it, right? But everything from beginning to end, in as far as like, hey, let's make sure that everybody's vaccinated, the goalposts keep changing as far as its benefits. And to be fair, right, the more we discover, naturally the goalposts are going to change, but it's never messaged that way. You know what I mean? It's never messaged to be like, hey, this could change months and months from now. So here's what we know. Hold yourself accountable, but here's what we know, right? It's everything from, hey, you take this thing and you're never going to get it, right?
Oh,
to,
fuck off.
Oh,
no, that's crazy.
You can get it, but at the very least, you can't spread it. Oh, wait, nope, you can spread it. It's like, you guys knew the goalposts were going to change. It's the nature of it's just a virus being a virus. You knew it was going to change, but you guys were so fucking sanctimonious about your attitudes. Now you're surprised why people don't trust you, and they're still touting out that fucking zombie Fauci onto national TV talking about how boosters are going to give you the best form of protection.
Man, I stopped watching that shit.
Exactly. This is the guy that they keep putting in front of people, saying like, and Nat Geo is about to make a documentary of him, and you're like, well, why? I guess if they're going to make a documentary about Tiger King, they can make a documentary about this dum-dum too, you know? But you want to know why there's such a huge distrust of like where this thing is going? This is it. This is because you guys are so like stupid about how you're doing it, you know?
Hello, Russian friends. I just got a raid. I just got a lovely raid from my Russian friend.
Hello, everyone.
Lil Donique. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Turbo. Hello, Little D. Hello, Reg. Welcome. I hope you guys had a good stream. I'd imagine it's late over there in Russia. Lil Donique, what part of Russia are you in again? She told me once and I forgot. It's not Moscow. And
nice cock.
What's up, buddy?
Oh no, she said nice cock.
Yeah, she doesn't know. Kazan. Oh, Kazan. That's now correct me if I'm wrong.
Kazan in context to Moscow.
I don't think Kazan is that far from Moscow, right? Now, I think Kazan it's Muslim, right? It's more Muslim than not, if I remember correctly. I could be mistaken. I could be way the fuck off base. Again, I am a stupid American who doesn't know shit about geography because we don't learn.
We are stupid Americans. I'm with you there.
Yeah, you're right. Lil Donique, your art IG is lit. Donique, if you want to drop your art Instagram, please feel free to do so. Please go nuts. Yeah, you're right. Oh, nice. Little Donique, do you have a burqa that you wear? Do you have a hijab? Do they do that in Russia? Do they do the whole like headscarf thing for the Muslim ladies over there? It's only a 12-hour drive from Moscow. You are correct. What's up, Vito? I guess in the grand scheme,
12-hour drive. I'm like, that seems like it's far, but the rest of the world probably not.
Right. Yeah. I guess it's. I mean, you're right. Globally, it's not that far. A 12-hour drive. That's about from here to Chicago. It's not the quickest trip, but you know, relatively speaking. Russia is Orthodox, so the ladies wear headscarves too. Says Tulo. Oh, Donika, I was wondering if you ever rock a headscarf around your head. You know, Orthodox style.
Hey, have you seen that show? By the way, thank you to Donika and her crew for dropping by for the raid.
Thank you.
You're all awesome. Thank you for being here. If you're not already following Michael DiNicola, you can go to his Instagram or his Twitter under Michael DiNicola. Or if you're not following him now on his Twitch, you can go to twitch.tv/Michael DiNicola. Even better, please go to YouTube under that same exact name. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Hit that bell for notifications. Okay, so have you seen that show Midnight Mass?
No, I've heard nothing but good things.
It's pretty fun. It's a slow burn. It starts off slow, so you might not like it because you're like, first episode, I gotta understand it, baby.
Yeah. I'll do a slow burn. Maybe that's, maybe this is just me as a holdover. Hey, Impulse, why you not on voice chat, baby? Beautiful Ryan Cruz. Oh, hang on. I want to show some of Lil Donique's watercolor art.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just real quick so everybody can see.
Yeah.
Here's a piece that she did that Two Woke showed. Look how good that is. What talented lady. Here, I'm gonna share that again in the chat.
Wow. So good.
Well done, buddy. Working on stuff, then gotta run soon. Great show. What are you working on, Ryan? Oh, also, yeah. Donique, do you wear one of these? Do you rock one of these? Do you have one that you like?
Same thing isn't bad. Same thing is king shit.
We're like, hey, I'm going to get a manicure and a pedicure. Let me toss my traditional Orthodox headscarf on. Let me class it up. All right. Anyway, back to Midnight Mass. I've heard good things. Before I dive into that, I wonder if my mentality of like, I want the show to get me in the first episode or two. I wonder if that isn't a product of my age, because
I gotta excuse myself really quick. I hear my kid at the other side of the office door. Chit-chatting it up. That's my freaking weakness, man.
Go.
All right. You guys have a great evening. Jen, always great to hear from you. Mike, have a great show.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, man. Peace. Good luck.
I'm proud of being 45 years old because I'm a 45-year-old man. Yeah, no, man. Think about it like this, right? My whole life, minus the Netflix years, right? Netflix comes around and completely changes the game. But before that, if you were watching a TV show, if it was a really good one, even if it was like a really, really, really awesome TV show, they kind of gotta grab you, right? Episode 1, there is a reason why like they put so much emphasis on the pilot, because the pilot it had to grab you by the fucking ball sack. Otherwise, if it didn't, the executives, they wouldn't finance the series, generally speaking, unless there were like other dealings involved. But usually they work super, super hard on the pilot. Matter of fact, in old school TV, the pilot would be made during pilot season, and then it might not get picked up for another year or so, even if it was excellent. So this really funny thing would happen in certain series where the pilot would air, and then the second episode would be a little bit weird. The second episode, the actors would like look different, and it was because so much time had passed from the pilot like being picked up, getting the approval of the executives, getting produced, and by the time they were on set, to make the series, a whole bunch of time had passed in between. So that's the I think that's a mindset that's a holdover of mine from days long since gone. Because nowadays, when it comes to Netflix, when it comes to Hulu, when it comes to HBO Max and Disney Plus and Apple TV and everything in between, you're used to the binge. The binge is the default. So sitting down and watching 3 episodes of a thing, 3, 4, 5 episodes of a thing, is kind of what we do. It's just a thing that happens. Even if the show is like, man, people just leave it on because it's on. So shows are written now, in my experience, what I'm seeing is that shows are written these days more like they're 8-hour movies. And if you're writing an 8-hour movie, it's way different than approaching it like in the old days of TV and being like, everything crazy needs to happen in the first episode, we get people hooked in. Now writers, I'd imagine, are like, people are going to watch this long form. So they're going to watch it, they're going to binge this, or they're going to watch it 3 or 4 episodes at a time. So we have time. We could kind of build things up in the first few episodes and then slowly build to something in the later episodes.
Weren't people like really pissed when The Boys did like that timed release thing?
They did. They did because people, like I said, people got used to binging. People got used to the binge mentality where I want to watch all the episodes at once. To be honest, man, I've realized now, I prefer the 1 episode a week arc. I like it. It kind of like, I feel like it forces everybody to stay on the same page as far as like progression is concerned. So
I just straight up don't watch many shows anymore because I know that if I watch something and it's really good, I'm gonna like watch all of it in one night and not sleep. Like,
yeah. Well, I
don't know.
What I don't like about doing that, because I've done that so often, is that I'll watch a show in a single night or in a single day or two, or a single day or perhaps 2 days, and then I'll watch it, and then because of the nature of how long it takes to make these shows, it might be another year or 2 before I get to see it again. And in that time frame, I completely forgot every single fucking thing about that show. I can't tell you how many season 2s premiere on Netflix or Hulu or Apple TV or fucking Disney Plus or any of these other shows. And I'm just like, oh, season 2 is out. I remember I really like this show. And then I go to press season 2 and I'm like, who are these characters? What's the wait, hold on. I got to time out. And I almost, what I have to do? I've grown accustomed to doing. I'm like, wait. Season 2 is out. It's been so long since season 1.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I go to YouTube now. Literally what I do these days is before I start a season 2 of something, I go to YouTube and type season whatever recap, and then I have a YouTuber explain to me why the show was good again.
See, but isn't that kind of nice because then you can rewatch the show?
It's kind of nice, but also it's a giant pain in the butt. It's also like it's also like a it's like that much more legwork.
Stupid, forgetful Michael.
Get out of here! I doubt I'm by myself on this one.
What's that? Who said that?
That is Will Arnett talking to his brother Michael, played by Patrick, Jason Bateman, not Patrick Bateman, not American Psycho, played by Jason Bateman. It's Michael Bluth, to who he's referring to. Job is speaking to Michael Bluth, and that's what he's.
Oh yes, Gob Bluth. Yes.
Gob.
What happened to Sims, by the way?
Sims Art, the artist who hang out here.
Yeah.
He started banging. Yeah, he started banging that Dutch girl and kind of bailed. He's still,
meow pussy mix.
He's still a nice guy though. I think maybe it's meow
pussy sis.
Yeah.
I miss him.
Yeah, man. He's still making art though. He's still a nice guy. Hello I. Welcome. What brings you to my neck of the woods, I. Let's see. Oh, 2-Oak has a clip.
Uh-oh.
I rewatched Lock and Key for that reason. I had to rewatch Lock and Key too. I had to watch a recap of Lock and Key because I had.
Lock and Key good?
See, I thought Lock and Key season 2 was good, and I thought season 1 was better. I thought season 1 of Lock and Key was better than season 2. Season 2 was fun, but not as good. But I definitely had to watch a recap because so much shit happened in season 1 of Lock and Key that I started watching season 2 of Lock and Key, and I was like, what the fuck? Who are these characters? Where is everybody? What the fuck? Because there's magic going on. There's magic going on, and then dude, there are so many magic keys in the TV show Lock and Key. At the second episode, essentially they become the X-Men. Bart Ross, did you notice that? That essentially the kids from Lock and Key are X-Men. They have the X-Men powers, super strength, flight. They can wield fire. One of them can wield, one of the keys allows you to wield shadows. Another one essentially allows you to teleport anywhere. I'm like, dude, you're describing the X-Men. You're fucking like, you just got, you just need, I mean, the mind key is essentially telepathy. So I'm like, dude, you just need to fight somebody who's got magnetism. There you go. They couldn't fly until the last episode. Corey, were you bummed? Corey, were you bummed about that?
Meow meow pussy mix.
Are you bummed about meow meow pussy mix? Music folks include. Oh yeah, that's right. Unless ghost flying counts. Ghost flying does count, Corey. Corey.
Corey.
Hey Corey, did you ever land that modding gig on those Birch Girls Twitch accounts? Cowboy Bebop star Mason Alexander says the show is righting the wrongs of the anime. What the fuck? Righting the wrongs of the Cowboy Bebop anime? What the fuck does this individual mean by that? Not yet. I did give her a follow. Corey, can I show you? Oh wow, Bale posted an art post of one lady sucking on the titties of another lady.
Oh, that's so epic.
Hey Caspa. What's up, Caspa? Oh Caspa, I was telling the chat I hired a Fiverr artist to make me 6 new emotes. I went and I found the cheapest Fiverr artist I could find. I found the cheapest artist money can buy on Fiverr, whose work was good. And I said, I'll take 6 emotes, please. But
yeah, because we get more emotes now, right?
We got more emotes now, but because I am now because I'm a full-fledged YouTube partner, I can now offer memberships and bonuses. I could offer emotes and loyalty badges and all that good shit, baby. So, right. So the ones I picked are really, really basic ones. So you guys aren't going to be blown away by these because they're, like I said, as basic as it gets. My character of me holding a heart, crying them liquidy waterfall tears out of each eye. A sleepy one, a ZZZ, little snooze one. A little anime angry face, the white eyes, the squinty white eyes, and that little red angry anime symbol. I got an RIP face, me with the X's out on the eyes. That's another one. That's 5. And then for the 6th one, emote me giving a middle finger to the camera, which might be against TOS. I don't know. Only one way to find out though.
You could censor it, maybe.
Maybe.
If they don't accept it, you can censor it.
For some reason, the tip button is not there anymore. Say what?
What?
They got rid of my tip button? Hold up. Wait a minute.
Tip button? Where's the tip button?
On my YouTube thing, there should be a tip button.
You were too raunchy, dude.
Well, Caspa sent me a couple bucks yesterday for my troubles. Caspa said, "Hey, take a little bit of this for yourself." He shoved a $2 bill in my G-string while I was up here gyrating. Let's see. Monetization is on.
You're a strange man, Michael DeNicola.
Impulse says I still see it. Impulse, you still see my you still see like the super chat option? I love how I can still see dislikes on YouTube for some reason. Dude, I can't believe they got rid of the dislike button. And not because of any like troll kind of stuff. Yeah, super chat and super stickers are active. Here, I'll show you, Caspi. Here, look, I'll show you. You do not have access to super thanks yet. Oh, by the way, super thanks can happen on any video, which is so cool. So eventually, any video that I post on YouTube, once I unlock this feature, if you like the video and you're like, this video helped me, Michael DeNicola, you helped me learn to laugh again. Here's $1 for your troubles, and I'll say yes. I will take that dollar. Please place the dollar in my G-string, please. Yes. So thank Casper. Thank you. Casper was my first super chatter. Thank you, buddy.
Super chatter.
Oh, you can't see this like button, but you can see the number of dislikes. Oh. Super chats. Yes. Anyway, so yeah, dude, Jinpai, did you know how YouTube membership works? It works way different than I thought.
How?
Wait, I thought you were a YouTube partner. What are you talking about? You know how this works.
I do, but I kind of forget.
Oh my goodness. I'll show you. This should be fine to show because I haven't set it up yet. So like there's really nothing to show. It's just the boilerplate. It's just boilerplate. I'm going to show you guys how YouTube works, especially for you Twitch affiliates out there who are curious. YouTube, in my opinion, in my very biased opinion,
are you going to say that YouTube is better than Twitch?
I'm going to say I will say the YouTube membership options are far more robust than the Twitch options.
And also, they give you a bigger percent cut. So.
And they give you 70. Yeah. So you know what? Fuck it. This is
that's kind of not an arguable.
Yeah. You can't really argue about that, right? Like this. It's not a debate.
I didn't know this was gonna be so big.
Yeah. No, it's not a debate. YouTube partnership is better than Twitch partnership. They take less money. They give you 70% instead of 50%, and they allow you to do more. They literally allow you to offer your members more. Check this out. So again, I haven't set this up yet because I'm not ready. But you still get badges and you still get emojis, and the more people subscribe, the more emojis and badges that you unlock, which is dope. So like here, this is the, you get loyalty badges here. Here are the generic YouTube ones. These are where these are my emoji slots, and I'm gonna fill these emoji slots up the second that Fiverr gal is done. But here's the kick, dude. Jinpai, this is the money. So the money beats are here. You get to choose how many tiered subscription levels you want, anywhere from 1 to 3 to 4. You might even be able to have more, and you get to choose how much they are. So this one's $4.99. But let's say I'm like, yo, you know what? I want to offer people a lot more than $4.99 worth. You can be like, you know what? Fuck it. Here, I'm going to make this a $50 tier. But in this, you're going to get feet photos. You're going to get deathbed confessions. You're going to get photos of me giving hand jobs to vegetables. Here we go. Yeah. Photo status updates, early access to new videos, member shoutouts, member only live chats, priority reply to comments. So like there's a, and as well as like, you can also like do whatever else you want on the, you could add, like, so for example, you could add more perks to this. So you could make it so that, your tiers, you give as much as you want to various tiers, and you get to name your price as well. So you get to customize, and then it's really fucking cool. It's way more, like I said, it's way more involved. It's way more robust. You choose how much to charge and how much to give. So cool. So it's like Patreon. Yeah, dude. I just wish the YouTube stream chat box was better. BH, I think they're getting there, man. Like I said, when they started off, they didn't have emojis. When they started off, when they started off, no emojis, no tipping, no super chats, and then slowly over time, what YouTube has been doing is they've been introducing this stuff. All the perks, give us all the perks. Is guess what? Yeah, man. So like, again, when I start the YouTube membership thing, I want to do it legit. Like, you know, if you're it's a combo of Patreon and only F. Yeah, it is. YouTube's like, hang on, let's take what they're doing on OF, let's take what Patreon's doing, let's take what Twitch is doing, let's just put in one big combo meal. Anyway, so when I do kick off the membership, I do want there to be solid rewards for anybody who does want to participate. All right, let me finish this damn piece. Hey, Jinpai, you were arrested or something like that, I heard?
When?
I heard you got into a car chase with the cops.
You mean the police helicopter?
No, listen, man. The other day somebody was in here and they were talking all kinds of crazy shit. They're like, yo, do you see Jinpai? Jinpai had a run-in with the police.
Oh, yeah. There was a big-ass party and, like, a bunch of kids were outside fucking just hanging around before, like, admissions. And so, like, 30 minutes in, the fucking cops roll up. There's, like, a police helicopter and shit like that. Pretty epic.
Damn, so they shut down your party?
Yes.
Damn, Jin. Damn, I wish I could have come to your party, man.
You're invited.
Anybody I know go to your party?
Maybe. It was all sorts of fucking influencers, like micro influencers.
I have beautiful titties.
Too old.
You know Jessie Taylor?
Jessie Taylor. No. Is that a lady or a dude?
We'll call her. She used to be called Lena the Slug.
No. That's a fucking hilarious fucking name though for you.
Yeah. She fucked Ice Poseidon's robot.
Oh, what? I did not know. First off, forgot that dude even existed. And no, there was a robot banging.
Yeah, there was, and she banged it. She's rather infamous around the internet. She asked for my phone number.
You're gonna bang.
So.
Oh wow, you're gonna bang her like the robot did.
I'm good. I'm kind of done worrying about women. I don't give a shit anymore, man. All I need to be worried about is motherfucking brain.
That's Jin becoming one with a robot. Yeah, dude. Jinpai calls his cock Skynet.
Mike! I don't like it.
Jinpai calls his cock the Dick 1000.
Mike! I don't like it.
It was developed by Cyberdyne Industries.
I don't like it, Mike.
Dixie showed up. Dixie. Yeah, Dixie Normus showed up.
A friend was hanging out with Dixie at a party the other day. That's true.
Old Dix, dude. Hanging out with old Dick.
Uh-huh.
Old Dickie DeMillo, eh?
Uh-huh.
Her face is the Dick, dude.
Dickie.
Little Dickie.
The Dickie.
Listen, the Dickie, I will say about this about La Dickie. Her face is very mediocre. And, you know, this is coming from a person who also has a mediocre face. I'm just saying, it's like, listen, man, we all seen very attractive people. And old Dickie DeMills is not one of them, man. So yeah, I really don't know how they choose who becomes successful as an influencer. I don't know what the magic is.
You gotta be a hot girl.
I mean, all right, well then how'd Dickie DeMillo get in?
Well, they were early to the game, so that's.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think that's why a lot of the ones who don't make sense of being famous were famous.
They get in first.
Yep.
Like Pokemon.
And usually, I mean, if they haven't already established like following, that'll help it too, because then their little fucking stands will blow up and engage in all of their shit.
Let's see. I'm somewhat of a mediocre face myself. Barty boy, why you not on voice chat, Barty? I want to hear about. I want to hear about Bard's excursions into the psych ward.
Yeah, me too.
Into the psych ward with Bard. Into the psych ward with Barty boy.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I imagine Bard Ross is like, hey, I'm Barty Knoxville, and this is the psych ward. And then he just fucking goes charging into the fucking, he goes right into the fucking, right into the crazy rooms. I also have a mediocre face. What up, homie? What up, Doomed? What up, Doomed, baby? Do you know Doomed?
Me?
Yeah, Doomed is one of Sam Tucker Young's boys. Did Sam Tucker Young come to your party? Oh no, wait, he doesn't live in LA anymore. Never mind.
Yeah, it wasn't like my party so much as it was
A party?
a general party.
Did you invite
I
Riri?
wanted to get in the party event throwing space, but then this OnlyFans thing sort of like just kind of changed my whole career path.
Did you want to invite Riri? Tanaya? Nene.
No.
Are you saying she wasn't invited because of the color of her skin, Jinpai?
No.
Jen.
Jinpai, come on, man.
No. 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 No.
Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man.
Michael, no.
Oh my
No.
god, this is racist.
No.
Michael Dana Cola, this is racist.
No.
Oh my god, this is racist.
I do miss Sims, man. I miss hanging out with that little rapscallion.
Here's a little rapscallion.
That sneaky little Italian beaver.
Huh?
Hey, Tammy Black Media. She got married, right? Tammy? She got married to a dude that plays Nintendo, right? If I remember correctly. I might be way off. Anyway.
Plays Nintendo?
Yeah, there's like a Nintendo playing guy. I think she married him.
I feel like a lot of people play Nintendo.
Yeah, but like this guy is like, this is his living.
Oh.
Now this is living.
Yeah.
Right here.
No. Not now.
Well,
this is living. Now that's what I call pod racing. No. Like I think I think Nintendo is his life. Yeah, she did too.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
called that out punting your coverage back in college.
That guy, that bearded chap, that Amish-looking gentleman. Does he play Nintendo? Does he play the Nintends?
Bart, how you liking the psych ward, man?
Psych ward Bard.
I don't know. Okay, yeah. So let's treat it like a Nintendo game. Let's rate the difficulty here. Like how dark do you want this conversation to get?
Well, I've been in the psych ward, so I don't care.
I have been in the psych ward. They haven't caught me yet.
It's very different. It's very different on the other side. I will say. I was not expecting it to be.
Yeah. Jinpai, dude, you're essentially saying Bard's like, I work at Applebee's. You're saying like, hey, I've eaten at Applebee's. Two different.
No.
Two different.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was in a psych ward for 24 hours, so I wasn't like officially admitted. They were like concerned about something, and then they were like, oh no, like this dude doesn't meet admission criteria, so they bounced me. But just in that 24 hours alone, like it is incredibly hard. So like I said, I did not meet admission criteria, so I had no real reason to be there. and like keeping it together for 24 hours to like, because like any action that you take, everyone around you assumes that you're like not competent and they need to like talk to you like a child and all this shit. And so it's very agitating, but you can't show it. So
wait, were you in this site? Wait.
That was in 2013.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was in 2013, and that was because I was having adverse reaction to some medications that I was taking. Yeah, and so once they realized that, they were like, just discontinue the meds, and this guy's fine. And even then, like, my symptoms weren't that bad. I was just very concerned about it. I'm like, this is strange, and I called my doctor, and he was like, all right, yeah, I don't want you to just be on your own right now. Just to be safe, go get worked up. But it was like late at night. The emergency department was like pretty slammed, so they just like sent me up to the psych ward, and they said it was for evaluation. I didn't realize like they were keeping me, like the people who evaluated had already gone home for the night, so they made me stay there until the next day.
Oh God.
So it was like so basically it was a really big shitstorm, and it was not good. But all that being said, like, so even somebody who is sane, being there makes you feel insane. And if you're if you're dealing with problems, mood disorder or anything like that, and I've had mood disorder problems in the past, like if I was in the ward, like when that was the case, it's so hard to like demonstrate that. And I think but all that being said, so it's a dark experience on one end, but it's so bizarre to be on the other end now. And I've been exposed to a lot of other elements of psychiatry, which are great. But the inpatient psych ward is a completely different beast, and it is kind of fucking distressing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, dude, I've seen some shit, and it's.
Well, the thing is too is that everybody around you is either super medicated or has some kind of crazy thing that goes through their medication. So like, I don't know. When I was in there, like there were like people just like screaming in the hall sometimes. It was like,
it's not a place to recover. You know, like that's the problem. People are constantly worried about suicide there. So like the doors have these like slanted cuts in them so that people can like see this entire ceiling in your room to make sure that nothing's hanging.
Wow.
And people come check on you all the time, and it's just anyway, that goes into a whole other commentary thing. But man, it's just bizarre, some of the shit that happens. And you know what, a lot of it is people are doing the best that they can. Like these docs really are decent physicians, and they want to help people, but the system is just
fucked.
Like it's really fucked up. And man, so this is the deal that I've talked about with Austin. I don't want to get in too much, so I'm not gonna say anything more than like what he said on stream.
Yes.
But like the way that
he been in one too?
No, I don't think so. But he's had some problems in the past with psychotic symptoms. And so psychotic, by the way, just as a blanket term, because I'm going to use that term somewhat frequently, is not like, oh, that person's a psycho, blah, blah, blah. It's a like specific cluster of symptoms. Being a maniac, for example, describes being manic. Manic is different. Yeah, it is different than being psychotic.
Oh, okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah. And that's a lot of what you're trying to do, is you're trying to determine, are they manic or are they psychotic, because they're two different things. Or are they catatonic, which is a very strange thing, which I did not realize is not just the like person just sitting there immobile. Like they can have a very strange constellation of symptoms. But yeah, and like I said, you guys can interrupt me at any time. But it's been weird, man. Like I told you the punching bag story where that dude just like went to town on me.
Yeah.
Oh.
He beat you like it was beating his meat.
Yeah. Also had guys who constantly beat their meat, like constantly,
like
like have to give,
like in public, like like just
well,
out there. Yeah.
Well, no, not publicly, but he'll be like in his room, and like you just step in, and it's like, well, he's rubbing one out. Like we'll be like having to go in and be like, all right, yeah, we're gonna meet with him today and kind of like see like how he's feeling.
Yeah, that's a cum shot.
And he's like, well, he's rubbing one out. I told him to hurry up, and it's just like, and that dude specifically is like has a fixation that
I'm gonna squirt.
Jennifer Lopez is an angel from heaven. She's also his wife, and she like tells him to kill people.
Oh, man, J-Lo, how could you?
Oh my God.
Yeah, Jenny from the Block, right?
What a piece of work.
So,
it is Jenny from the Block, yeah.
Man, I guess.
Yeah, so
when she broke up with Alex Rodriguez, man, things must have gone real downhill.
Yeah, man. I mean, she's rebounding with this dude. But yeah, like the strange thing about it is a lot of these people have had so many psychotic breaks. They're chronically homeless. And if I talk to my dad, he's the kind of guy who's just like, homeless people, they need to get a job. I'm like, they literally cannot do what we call ADLs, which are activities of daily living. They will forget to eat meals. They will like get lost all over, because basically if anyone has been on a really bad acid trip, that's your life day in and day out.
Oof.
Yeah, just like it's hard, like we call it disorganized thinking. And so, man, I had a guy yesterday, he had methamphetamine induced psychosis, which is a very real problem.
Yikes.
And similar to manic symptoms, right?
Yeah, so there are some things that can differentiate, but there is some crossover. And then you also have people who, with severe cases of bipolar, where they will have either mania or depressive episodes with psychotic features. So it's kind of like an elevated form of that. And so you get delusions, which are fixed, false, idiosyncratic beliefs, which is fixed, you can't persuade them otherwise. So somebody who's just like, a hippie who believes in, I don't know, I don't want to alienate people, but I don't know, some Scientology bullshit or whatever.
Sure.
First off, that's not idiosyncratic. It's not personal to them. Like, there's a group of people who believe that. You could have a conversation and potentially talk them out of it. And false, it's more or less false. Like, I'm not gonna give Scientology anything. But like, these people, like, so this guy yesterday was delusional and paranoia. So paranoid delusions, persecutory delusions. So he would be like he was very agitated, but he was also, kind of calm, very depressed sort of. So he wasn't like really hyper. And he'd be like trying to put, like, I could tell he was like trying, like he'd kind of put his hand in his head and he'd be thinking really hard, and he'd be trying to like sort out his thoughts. And I'd be asking him some questions, and we were trying to assess, is he a danger to himself? Like, has he had thoughts, blah, blah, blah. And he'll straight up tell me, he's like, I say, like, have you thought about dying? He's like, yeah, like, I don't feel like I deserve to live and all this stuff. And I was like, do you have a plan? And that's important. Do you have any intention? He's like, if I have to, like, I'll do it before they get to me. It's like, dude, this guy's like, yeah, like this dude, like, and this is real for this guy. But he has this thing called so one of a common thing in psychosis is the idea of thought broadcasting, where you think that your thoughts are like leaking out of your head and other people can pick up on it. And then there's thought insertion, which is that others are putting thoughts into your head. And so he has this belief that like there are people around him that they're putting these like evil sexual thoughts into his head, and that we were like toying with him because we were asking him questions and then feeding him the answers, and so he would just be like, I would ask him a question and he would just be like, well, you like, and you like look at me just like you know, like I'm an asshole, and he's just like, you know what I'm gonna say, and I'm like, I really don't, or it'd be like, you know, I want to hear it in your words, you know, and he's just like, I think you know the answer to that, you know.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
I mean, touch of a bit of that. It's like you can't really convince them otherwise because they'll always find a way to like think of like a really stubborn Republican, but instead like.
Well, here's I think that's the thing, right? And that's the biggest thing about the psych ward is these people say shit that is absolutely off the wall, and like, you know, I could say it and it sounds like I'm making it up, or it sounds like this person is, you know, just being silly or whatever. It's like, this is like their brain is making connections where this is real to them. It's not stubbornness. It's not like they're in denial or anything. It's like, this is their reality. And so you have to like try to like kind of coax them into a place of safety while still appreciating like their reality is their reality. But anyway, psych ward's dark. I've seen some really paternalistic shit.
What's paternalistic? You mean between the people who are running the place and the...
Yeah, it's very much a like, we're doing this for your own good, and it's like, yeah, we kind of are, but it's like, this is I don't know. I like the aspects of medicine that are like, you tell me how you want me to help you, right? If you don't want to be treated, if you're kind of the guy who's like, you know what, man, I don't want to be a burden on my family, so, you know, if I have a heart attack, just like, let me go. You sign a DNR, and it's like, all right, man, that's it. If you have a certain type of cancer, you'll be like, yeah, I'm good with this treatment, but not this one. Like, I'll be able there to like answer questions, talk to you about it, but it's not my job to like save you. It's my job to help you the way you want to be helped, and like forming that connection. And there, it's very much like well, we have to do what's best for them, and we obviously know what's best for them because they're the crazy person.
I see.
And it's just like, oh, it feels kind of gross. Anyway, so that's the darker stuff. So I don't know, what fun stuff do you guys want to know about the psych ward?
So wait, why were you on the administrative side in the psych ward?
We have to so I'm finishing up my medical degree, and at the end you cycle through, because in order to be a physician, you don't specialize. When you get your MD, you are just a physician, and so you don't specialize at all in medical school. You have to have a level of proficiency in all specialties, because the idea is you shouldn't miss any red flags, you know. So I, as a surgeon or a psychiatrist or whatever, if somebody comes in and they're showing signs of a metabolic disorder, I should be able to recognize that. Maybe I don't have to manage it, but I should be able to recognize it, be able to do basic management of it, and then bounce them over to endocrinology or whatever.
Right.
So understanding somebody's probably in a surgical emergency, you know, if you're not a surgeon, you're probably not going to cut them open, but you at least know, like, we need to get surgery here now. And that's the difference between a lot of different medical providers. That's why physicians in America take so long to train, is we are supposed to have competency in all the fields because we're not supposed to miss it.
Wow.
Yeah. So all that being said, I'm currently on my psych rotation. So I was on L&D a month or two ago, and that's the one where I was talking about, like, that shit got crazy. I've been on surgery. Huh?
Ellen DeGeneres?
L&D, labor and delivery. So
okay.
Pulling babies out of vaginas.
I wasn't making a joke. I legitimately thought it was Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah. And then there was the time where I was talking about how I was fingering all those vaginas like all day, every day, and that was when I was on gynecology. I've done surgery, I've done pediatrics, family medicine, all that. So anyway, I'm on psych right now, and so this deal. But anyway, that's the long, darker stuff. So I don't know what kind of fun questions you guys have about the crazy folk. And I'm saying that facetiously. I care a lot about them. I identify with people who've done that. But I will say, the shit that we were talking about earlier of like trigger warnings and shit, I don't give a fuck about that now. Cause like I saw a dude today like flip his shit and unbolt the table that we were at and flip it over because the girl on the other side of the table was like writing with a red pen, and that like hit all these circuits in his head, and he thought that she was like working for this like Jewish Illuminati.
Oh boy.
And like he just lost his fucking shit. And so it's like, that's a trigger.
Illuminati?
You know?
Yeah, that's a trigger.
Yeah. Not like, hey, can you be respectful to me? Like, I don't like lizards, so I don't want to see any reptiles on here. And if you're gonna show some reptiles, like at least you can, let us know. So go fuck yourself. I don't know, man. Like after we're seeing so many people die, firsthand and like in pretty gruesome ways, especially like COVID related or trauma related, it's just like there's a certain point where like most people's problems I just don't give a shit about anymore. Like I try and be understanding, but like people complain about this shit like this is violence. This is an attack. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
This silence is violence, Barbaros.
I know. It is. So I don't know. What's some funny stuff? What's
Violence is violence, eh?
What's some funny shit? We have one girl. She has this thing called Flight of Ideas. She's pretty funny. She's just like it's like an incredibly intense slam poetry where every sentence is like somewhat related to the next sentence, but none of like it's not a single story. So like she'll answer, like you'll ask a question, the first sentence will like address it, and then whatever the topic of that sentence is, she'll go off on like another thing completely unrelated but like tied to the topic of that one. So she'll be like, yeah, I'm here because I have this, and my dad had that, and my dad was born here, and the capital of this place is this. Did you know that they like? And it's just it's kind of this like weird like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon on steroids. And the last one, we just didn't interrupt her, and she went on like that for 20 minutes, and she talks super fast. So it was just like, and did you know they do this and this and this? And it was like, yeah, at least 20 sentences per minute for like 20 minutes, and none of it was related. It's very impressive to watch, and she's actually doing a lot better than she was when she came in. When she came in, she was much more aggressive. So now she's just really cheerful and talkative.
Sounds like Gym Pie when he's on stream.
Hey, I'll be back.
Welcome back. Casper wants to know, what's the game of choice inside of the asylum?
What do you mean? Like
maybe he means like board games?
Honestly, I mean the problem, oh man, it kind of sucks, right? Like, because they have to be very cautious about any items that they're given. For example, one dude, he always like walks around with a cup, and he's usually drinking water, and he's been peeing in his cup recently and drinking it. So like they had to write a doctor's order to like restrict his access to cups. So it's like they have to be very careful about a lot of that. They do a lot of puzzles, which to me feels a little bit cruel, but apparently they really like it. They get some time out, like outside, which I think is like really good. So they'll have like some, like small basketball things. They'll have some weights so that they can do a little bit of working out, not like big, like prison gym kind of stuff.
Prison gym.
Like they'll have like little like Nerf footballs, things like that. A lot of like magazines, things like that. Yeah, that's mostly what they do. Some dude actually like got a clearance to have a family member bring him a Nintendo Switch, and I'm like, dude, if I could just like chill here playing freaking Pokemon on Nintendo Switch, like
Which
I'd just
Pokemon
chill
are you playing?
here,
Oh,
man.
dude, I went to the Nintendo shop yesterday to see. Not to take a hard turn, but I was like,
Yeah.
all right, like let me see
No,
what the most
no,
recent
by all
Pokemon
means, yeah,
game
yeah,
is.
yeah.
And I know they're doing in Pogo. They were like, oh, this is the Diamond and Pearls fucking
Launch event.
launch. What the fuck is it called? It's the
Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl.
yes.
Also, what the fuck's Ed Sheeran doing in Pokemon Go?
Well, dude, you're just lucky that they brought back the Squirtle, man.
I know that Squirtle fucks. I caught one today.
It's shiny.
I'm never gonna. No.
Ooh.
Better.
Better.
He's okay. It would be better if he was shiny.
I got 2 of those shinies in 2018, and I'm actually kind of pissed that they re-released them because now they're not going to be nearly as rare. I was holding on to those fuckers. I was going to trade them for some really good, because they were only released the once, and not a lot of people got shinies of them. So I was like, I got 2 shiny fucking. I leveled them up. I got 2 shiny Sunglass Blastoise from 2018. They're super rare. I almost traded one for a shiny Mewtwo once. This guy was like, let me get it. And this is when I just started playing. And I'm like, hold on, this guy's real hungry for this. How rare is this? And I looked it up and I'm like,
yeah,
people are really looking for this one. I'm like, oh, go fuck yourself. I'm not trading this for a shiny Mewtwo. Now I got like 12 shiny Mewtwo's from when it came out during the Go Fest. Anyway.
Yeah.
Go on.
Damn, I need to get a shiny one. But okay, I've got a Squirtle with aviator glasses, and he's currently sitting at CP 69. That dude fucks. He's gonna be my partner.
That guy fucks. Yeah.
Until the end of days. Like.
Yep.
So,
okay. You got it. 69 CP. That's got to be rarer than a shiny.
Yeah, exactly. Just a Squirtle with those aviator sunglasses, 69 CP, can't be traded because it'll change.
It'll change. Yeah. That's non-tradable. It's like trading a hundo. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. So that dude is just, I'm going to preserve him in amber for future generations. Like, that guy is perfect in every way. But I'm trying all this, but again, just like, oh shit. This actually reminds me, just so I don't forget, bring it back. There is a Pokemon related story at the psych ward. But all that being said, what the fuck is Ed Sheeran doing here? Like, that makes me wonder, like, am I too old to be playing Pokemon at this point? But anyway, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. So you were looking at that on Switch. Was that it?
Yeah.
I had better hopes for it. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. Like, did you play many of the mainline Pokemon games?
No, not since I was. Dude, like the last one I played was like Game Boy Color. I forget which one that was.
Yeah. So it had sort of mixed reviews. I think Let's Go is probably the best remake. And a lot of people don't like the catching mechanic because it's the Pokemon Go style catching mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, like, killing Zubats over and over in a cave is not fun at all. And you still get all of the battle situations that you want from NPC trainers or, friend battles, anything like that. So it kind of breaks up. You have 2 distinct game loops. One is catching, and like when you chain catch, you have better chances at shinies, better chances at good IVs. But you got to chain catch, so you got to, there is some stakes there, and that's how you level up your other Pokemon. So it's definitely a more casual approach. It's the original 150, so it's very manageable. but you can definitely like set your sights on something, put in some time, and probably get it. So you can be like, I want a 5 IV, which is generally considered like the way to go. I want a 5 IV shiny Charmander, and it might take you some hours of grinding for something like that. And that's a pretty, that's a pretty specific thing. Like that's pretty, in the weeds. You could say, I just want a really good this type, or a really good this one, or this one with this nature. That'll take you, an hour or so. You can maybe do like, the shiny hunt might take 2 hours, might take 4 hours. You can put the thing to sleep and come back to it. I just put on a podcast and just sort of like do my catching,
Yeah.
But you can kind of set these goals, and then you get them, and then you can fight with them, and it's great. So I thought that was a fantastic game. The new ones, the remake of Diamond and Pearl, are very much just straight remakes, in my opinion. They have some quality of life improvements that are necessary. But if you're not just like a diehard nostalgia kind of thing for that, probably not the best one to get. Sword and Shield, honestly, like those games fuck. Like I was very resistant to those, and then I started seeing all the like Galarian Pokemon in Go.
Okay.
I'll hit that, and it was like,
the Galarian Pokemon are dope, dude.
Yeah, and they took the inspiration from Go for raids, and they put that in there, and then they said like, oh, and it's kind of inspired by Britain more than Japan. So I was like, okay, that's different. And then there's a lot of hype about the wild area. Personally, I'm not as sold on the wild. I mean, the wild area is cool, but it's not like the big catch-all. But dude, that game is just fucking fun. I have not had that much fun playing a game like a main Nintendo game in years, and I had no expectations that it would be like that going in. It was really cool. And like, the old style used to be like, you kind of go to these gyms and they have like a random dude who's there, and he's like, I'm super fucking powerful, fight my level 15 Onyx. And then like, it's like, what are you doing here, man? Like, don't you have something better to do with your life?
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah. So they actually kind of changed that up, so the lore is actually a little bit better.
Yep.
It's like a soccer league, like a European soccer league, where first off, you have like a straight up soccer uniform. You go out onto a field to do your Pokemon battle. But the idea is it's an actual like tournament event, and you have to you have to be sponsored in order to take part. So already you're not just like any kid can walk in. And then you go and like they challenge the gyms, but they're more of a like qualifying thing. They're not like the leaders going full force. So it just makes more sense. But anyway, that game's really good. If you're going to get a Pokemon game, I would get that or Let's Go. But that's neither here nor there.
Alrighty.
But you can transfer shit from Go to home, and then it can go to either of those games. So,
nice. All right. I think I'm gonna do that. Fuck. I wish I had known that before. So dude, because of the Shinx Community Day the other day, it was doing 3 times transfer candies per transfer. So dude, I had about 2,500 Pokemon. I now have about 1,300. So
dude, you fucking like pandemicked those motherfuckers.
Dude, I dumped 1,200 Pokemon out of my Pokedex. So like I've got like no spare. Dude, I was even chucking shinies that I didn't need. I was like, what the fuck am I doing with all these shinies? Get the fuck out of here. So just So like I had to make a rule, because like I had like 20 shiny Eevees. I've got right now. Shinx is the next one, because community day happens. So what ends up happening is I just pop. There's a bunch of lore modules around here.
Yeah.
I pop lore modules and stuff. I pop 24 hours worth of incense, and then I just leave. Either if I don't go out and walk, then I just have my my catcher on. It's over there. My little gacha. So I got my gacha going. So it's constantly just like, and it moves itself around sometimes. So the gotcha's just constantly catching shit, and I'll leave it on. I'll just leave it because I've got my phone. I got my real phone, and I got a phone that I play Pokemon on. So I literally just leave that fucker off on its own, doing its own thing, and just catches all day. So like, yeah, there was one day.
Dude.
Yeah, so like this time I walked away with about 30-ish shiny Shinx. But now I'm like, I love shiny Shinx. I almost
It's a great looking Pokemon, man.
Dude, when it was only available in raids, about a month or so ago, I came like this close to like just doing like 100 raids worth. But I couldn't justify it. I was like, I want a shiny Shinx, but I'm not gonna dump $50 into buying raid passes to get this thing when I know how Pokemon Go works. They introduce a new shiny, they get everyone fucking pumped for it, or they introduce a new super like valuable PvP or PvE raid Pokemon. That's like Dino or Axial, or it was Gibble at one point, where it's like super exclusive. And then what ends up happening is then Gibble gets a fucking full community day where people just fucking blah, 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 go crazy for him. And all the people that spent like $50 to $100 rating the shit out of this thing for a shiny are kind of like, oh, I guess I'm fucked now.
Yeah.
So I knew it. And sure enough, man, not even a month later, they're like, oh, so yeah, you want a shiny Shinx? Go out and get one.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I
have several.
Yeah. So, but now I'm like, I wonder if anybody else I know didn't get a shiny Shinx and wants one. So I'm like, should I save them for people? Probably. I don't know. You want a shiny Shinx?
I've got a few, but okay. So I will say this: if you do get a mainline Pokemon game, there's a really good use for transferring.
Yeah.
So it's hard, but not incredibly hard in Pokemon in Let's Go to get shinies. However, it's only the original 150. It is much more difficult without like cheating in like actually like hacking and like doing stuff like that in Sword and Shield to get shinies. So shinies actually mean something. The other thing is in the post game, once you get to a level 100 for a Pokemon, you can change its IVs to max them out. The whole purpose there being
right. You could breed them and shit, right?
You can, but you can't breed shinies in that game.
Okay.
But the idea being like, okay, yeah, this Pokemon isn't going to help you like throughout the main game, but because like PvP is level synced.
Yeah.
You know, the idea being, okay, you just have perfect IVs, so just take the time, level him to 100, give him these items to max out his IVs, and now he's just a perfect guy. But you know, he doesn't. It's not like he's gonna sweep anything. You just drop him into, so you can kind of make your perfect team, but they all get synced to level 50 for battles.
Gotcha.
So if you have shit stats on a shiny that you really like, transfer it over, because you're not going to use it in Go. Transfer it to that game where it actually means something. Level them up.
Use them in game.
Give them perfect IVs and like tout them around, like just flex on people.
Fuck yes.
So that's what I like about it, is just shitty stat like shinies. I just put them right into my other game.
Love it. So, all right, hang on. I gotta take a quick pee break.
Yeah.
You guys hang out. Bar, you don't have to. You could talk or not. Whatever. Your call. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've been talking plenty. I don't know who's got questions about Pokemon or medicine, or I don't know what's something I don't know anything about, like I don't know, Bitcoin. I don't know anything about Bitcoin, so you know, I don't know. Ask me questions about Bitcoin, and I'll make up shit. What's up, KG? Yeah, I got the double pack KG. And I let my buddy borrow Diamond so that we could both play at the same time and then, you know, trade exclusives and all that. Because I like it. I've never really done the double packs in the past, but I always end up getting the other one anyway because I like to do multiple playthroughs on each generation. And I was like, you know what, screw it. And then that way I, instead of being like, hey man, you should go buy it, I just was like, hey dude, do you like Pokemon? I got the double pack, like, do you want to play the one I'm not playing? And it's like, it's a really easy sell. And now we're like playing simultaneously, which is what makes Pokemon fun. I don't mind it. Just because at this point in time, KG, it's like it already they already have issues with people not trading, and trading, it was really what made Pokemon stand out. You know, there are 3 pillars: is collect, battle, trade. And trading was never highly incentivized, so you know, in the early games it was cool because, you know, that was before devices could communicate, but now it's not that much. But it's already easy, like through Pokemon Home you can just like throw up things and request trades, so you don't have to interact with people. So I think having some level of like forced interaction, while frustrating to a degree, I think keeps the spirit of the game. But there's so many things, like you can transfer anything from Pokemon Go, you know, like there's like yeah, it's easy to like be like, oh, this one has this and such exclusive, just transfer it from Go. Yeah, and that's what I mean, like just some level of like having to reach out and interact. Like I like that more, you know. Yeah, it is nerve-wracking to a degree. I guess it's just for me, it's a like I find myself getting pissed off at it, but I feel like if it was ever gone, I would feel it would feel cheapening. But I don't know. I love the I think my favorite thing that they did was in Sword and Shield, and it's similar. They have a similar thing at Home, but in Sword and Shield they just have this thing called surprise trade, and I'm addicted to that. I just like, you basically just set it up and just like surprise trade, and it just randomly pairs you with somebody, and you just send them a Pokemon and they send you a Pokemon, and sometimes you get horse shit, and sometimes you get things that are absolutely amazing. And a lot of times I send people stuff that's really good just because I don't know, feel like I want to make somebody's day. But yeah, that's a really fun one too. I think Pokemon Go has the best trading system, even though it's very restrictive. Which is the like, if it sucks for you, it might not suck for somebody else, so just trade it to them. And maybe you'll be lucky. I think that's a really good one. You should at least be able to trade with friends on it. What do you mean? Through what? Through on Go? Yeah, that's that. Yeah, especially because they've done so many things with like the pandemic to like help people be okay being long distant. Yeah, I think it's kind of stupid that they still have the proximity thing for that. yeah, personally, I don't think that's a good deal. Although it does make it fun whenever you have like Lord of the Rings weekend like we had, where all of us got together and we spent like 2 hours just being like, how many trades can we get? Instead of just constantly doing it. But that's a rare case. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. The best part was we have one friend who's really stubborn who doesn't play Pokemon Go. And so I was like, you get what you deserve. And he just had to sit there while we did that. We barely did any Lord of the Rings stuff that weekend. It was kind of an excuse to get together, and we love Lord of the Rings, but we just had so much other catching up to do that we like half-assed put on Fellowship, and then that just to like say that we did. Played a lot of Pokemon Go. Played the original Dune board game from like 78, 79. That game's fucking wild. Yeah, it's like an old board game and it fucks. It's so damn good. It's like a diplomacy based game. And it gets ruthless. You would think that, but it's very difficult just to like yeah, like I was definitely the most ruthless in it, but there is some luck involved, and you know, it depends on like what faction you are and everything like that. So like, you know, it's hey, all right. I was definitely the most ruthless of the crew. Like I don't do anything like terribly aggressive, but we have one guy who's like very anti-confrontation, and he was like, I really thought the table was gonna, like the board was gonna get flipped at one point. I'm like, first off, I respect the integrity of board games too much to ever flip a board. Second, like, it was part of the game, man. Like, it was like a hard negotiation. I wasn't like getting pissed, but I was like I was like putting the screws to people like real hard. There was one point where I was just making demands just to like not offering people anything in return. I was just like, give me your spice. And they were like, no. And I'm like, all right, we'll see how that turns out for you. I was the Fremen, so I was trying to play very aggressive.
Hey KG, hey Bart, thanks for holding it down, buddy.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Talking about the Dune board game.
Dune board game?
Yeah, dude, it's old as hell. It's like, it came out like the year D&D came out or something. Like, it's old as hell, but it's like, that game's insanely good.
You get to play, do you get to play as somebody from House Atreides?
You get to, yeah, so it's like a diplomacy board game. So there's like Atreides, Harkonnen, the Empire, the Emperor, Fremen, Ben Gesserit, and the Spacing Guild. So.
Hey, Yoji's here. Hey, Yoji. What a cutie. Yoji, have you ever played Dune? The board game? Hey, Jinpai's back.
Hello.
Hello, you little animal, you. Are you, were you gone checking out dick pics on, OnlyFans?
No, I got a ridiculously overpriced banh mi.
You got a ridiculously overpriced bong?
Banh mi.
Oh, banh mi. Oh, sandwich.
Yeah, the food.
I never had banh mi.
BH, no, you can't. At least not in the core game. Banh mi's good. Banh mi's good. I can't get any good stuff in El Paso because, you know, in the middle of the goddamn desert. But
there aren't any Vietnamese people over there.
They're not.
You're damn right there isn't. Not on my watch, says Bard Ross. And there never will be.
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
No, what is it? Cage says, what's banh mi? Cage says, what's banh mi?
Vietnamese sandwich.
What was that, Jinpai?
Vietnamese sandwich.
It's just, yeah, it's a sandwich. Now, the thing is, the Vietnamese have been conquered and gang banged by giant colonialist empires for so long that, you know, their culture has been irreparably destroyed, very much like the Philippines.
Yeah.
And one of the products of the raping and pillaging of their country and culture, people, is a sandwich. Is a delicious French Vietnamese sandwich. So that's what Jinpai is tasting right now, and is fucking filling his mouth hole up with.
Yeah.
Colonialist grapeism. Now it's a party.
It's like you.
Let's crack it open.
Yeah. At least something good came out of it all.
Dune even had one of the original RTS computer games. Banh mi is pretty easy to make at home, though. Wait for some Chinese to show up and set up banh mi in a sushi place. And all in one. All in one. It's called Long Bao. It's called Long Bao, Bitches, and Banh Mi. It's part strip club, part Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese fusion. I'm currently learning Vietnamese. I think it's even worse in Malaysia. The French called it French Indochina. That's right. I fucking forgot they called it French Indochina.
Oh, that story from earlier, real quick.
Which story?
So, I forgot about Psych Ward Pokemon Go.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, me and my buddy play Pokemon Go because certain times shit just like never happens. So this afternoon it was just completely dead, and we only have one Pokemon stop, like Pokestop, in range. And so we were just there, bored out of our minds, and I was just halfway joking. I dropped a lure, and I was like, all right, man, shit's about to pop off. Little did I know shit was actually about to pop off. So the residents next door like get a call like 2 minutes later, and I can kind of hear it, and they're like, do you have a medical student by the name of, and I couldn't make it out. And I was like, oh shit, like one of us is about to get in trouble, or like something bad just happened. So I was like, yo, who are they talking about there? And they're like, what are you talking about? And I was like, fuck. And he's like, and the resident was very confused, and he's like, I'll go check. And he comes over, and he's like, are you guys, is anybody here Gus? And Mike knows
Uh-oh.
my name on Pokemon Go is Gus Buttersnaps.
Yeah.
And so what had happened is the social worker who's like head of social work like at the psychiatric center had seen that a guy named Gus Buttersnaps had dropped a lure on her Pokestop, which she submitted, by the way.
Oh shit.
And she was so excited that she called the residents to ask if they could send out the medical students to go catch Pokemon with her. And so the resident was just like, didn't know what to say, so he was like, so can you guys go outside and play Pokemon with Paige from social work? And I was like, is this a trap? Like, what the fuck? Like, this is not a normal request. Normally you're asking me to go sedate a patient. You're asking me to go outside and play Pokemon with social work.
Oh, that's dope. That's really fucking sweet, man. That's a sweet story.
Yeah, it was great, but it's just like,
yeah.
Man, just
by the way, those so for those of you who don't know, Pokemon Go, those stops. So Pokemon Go is developed by a company named Niantic. Niantic doesn't consider themselves a video game company. What they do consider themselves is an AR company, augmented reality. That is primary. What they sell most and what is most valuable is their data on our world. Now, the most valuable thing that a Pokemon player can do in Pogo is provide Niantic with photos. Matter of fact, they incentivize this with giving out various treats, and in as a price for taking photos of the real world with your camera, as well as 3D photos, so they could actually map the space that you're in. They give you little incentives. So they give you like little bonuses in game, like a Poffin, for example. Definitely sounds like a CIA op. I mean, honestly.
Hey, you know what? Like, there's certain things. Like, look, when Mark Zuckerberg wants to look into my eyes as I'm playing my Oculus, fuck that noise. Like, I'm not touching my Oculus until that shit's over. If Niantic wants to give me a Poffin for scanning my local park, they can have it. I don't give a shit. Like,
take this park. I mean, listen. They are public spaces, so it's not. You're not.
Ooh, look at these peepers.
You're not doing anything crazy. Niantic isn't like take a photo of your bathroom and shower head. It's mostly, but that's where they make, because they literally have people playing Pokemon Go and mapping out, like, we're doing all kinds of
describing
very expensive work for Niantic,
like half sprouted
in exchange for Poffins. And there are a lot of Pogo players I know who refuse. They're like, you know what, if you want me doing your fucking company's work for you, you're gonna have to fucking actually pay me like I work there. But for people who want free Poffins, you take a couple snapshots at your park at like the various the trailer marker at your local park. Take a few snapshots of it, you get a Poffin, no big deal. But yes, they do consider themselves an AR company primarily.
I don't care. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
And they use, by the way, they use the data that's collected in Pogo for all of their other augmented reality games. And to circle back to Bard's point, the lady must be a real hardcore Pokemon Go player, because to nominate a Pokestop takes months to do, and sometimes it takes multiple submissions, as well as it's not easy. So like, you got to take lots of photos of it, then you have to nominate it, you have to write a little like synopsis of what it's about, and there's a very grid system to their inner workings. Whereas how they decide where the gyms are, it directly in relation to how many Pokestops are in that area, and there can never be more than a certain amount of Pokestops in a single grid, and they can never be more than a certain amount of gyms in that same grid. It's really, to nominate a Pokestop is no easy feat. It takes a lot of legwork and a lot of time.
Well, she got shut down because it was originally, she tried to make it like the actual psychiatric center, and so it was like,
oh yeah, no way.
The actual Pokestop was like El Paso Psychiatric Center, And they were like, fuck no. So all she did was she walked inside the building because we have like a little small medical library within it.
Did she take, was there a mural?
No, but it was just so-and-so medical library. And so she just was like,
clever.
Do that. And it's like same building. But it's not just like the psych hospital, bring us your crazies, you know?
Listen, because they are manually reviewed. And essentially, Niantic wants to avoid any kind of lawsuits or liabilities, right? So, like, that's why, like, if Bard has a cool thing in his yard, I can't just be walking around catching Squirtles
having them arrested.
and say, "Oh, this would be good," and then walk on a Bard's private property, take a photo, and then nominate that.
You say that. Yeah. There are definitely some in my neighborhood that are like that.
Oh, sure. Well, you're not supposed to.
There's this. Yeah, there's this one that's just like bull elk statue, and it's just like it's somebody's yard ornament. Like,
yeah. No, don't get me wrong. People do that all the time, but like, you're not supposed to, because what it ends up encouraging is trespassing, and Niantic doesn't. Like, the last thing Niantic wants to do is catch a lawsuit by some asshole who was trying to catch Sunglass Squirtle because it's Ed Sheeran Day, and end up getting shot for trespassing.
Oh my god, that's right. Fucking
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran, dude.
I can't think about that and not feel a little like I'm starting to question my sanity a little bit. Like,
sure, maybe you never left the psych ward.
Yeah,
maybe none of us left the psych ward.
Yeah, I'm like, maybe I'm not in the position I think I am, because there's no way that Ed Sheeran is in my phone like dancing next to Squirtle. Like, that's not a thing.
Oh, what's this? What's this clip? What'd you clip? To woke.
Nice.
His name Jin Pie. Jin Pie had a metal dick. Banging Ice Poseidon's bitch. They call him RoboCop on the streets.
Yoji,
his robot dick's fighting crime. Sorry.
I have thought about Shutter Island more this week than anyone should ever have to think about Shutter Island in their entire life.
Oh man, dude, what a fucking trip. Turns out he was a ghost the whole time. M. Night Shyamalan presents Shutter Island. SHUDDER. Ooh, spooky. Oh man, yeah, no, I love that movie, says KG. KG gets a boner, a lady boner, anytime Leonardo DiCaprio is in any kind of distress. KG fucking, her coochie eat through her panties the second he was getting raped by a bear in Revenant. It's her favorite. She's got it on repeat. She uploaded it to a Prano Hub, so she can watch it wherever she's out and about. She's like, man, did you see the way that bear had his way with a Leo?
Oh man, to dress up as a giant grizzly and just toss around
old Leo
like a rag doll.
Yoji, have you ever eaten a banh mi? Also, Tuok, are you upset that I don't have any fun emotes? Like, any, not fun, but like all my emotes that are coming are more utilitarian in nature than crazy. Besides the middle finger one. Oops. Yoji says yes.
I'm personally a bit disappointed by it. Like, the emotes from this channel have been exquisite.
Oh, thank you. We haven't seen them yet. We'll have to wait and see what she does. That's true.
No, I mean the ones from this like the Twitch channel, like the privilege one. I always loved that. Asian Bart Simpson I didn't use as much, but I like the idea of it. I think Diet Cam Girl was just such a good one.
Oh man.
God, that was a great.
Yeah, they've been pretty wild. This is my new favorite. This one, this guy, the shaky face one.
Yeah,
it's pretty solid.
That's really solid.
Yeah, I was telling Tuok, great job, because it was Tuok's idea. Tuok was like, yo, animate that, make a shaky face. And now Tuok can bring that deliciousness to other people's streams and just really annoy the shit out of them with it.
Which is really what we want to do. You know, in this age where COVID is being spread like wildfire, I would rather spread that goddamn emote.
Yeah. Well, what I'm hoping is the middle finger emote should accomplish that until we get in trouble about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the reason why I decided to go kind of cookie cutter with it, honestly, KG gave me the idea for it, and I mean that in a good way. KG was like, "Can I have a heart emote?" And it's almost like,
Oh, hey, fuck you.
Having a heart emote, having a hype emote, having an angry emote. I feel like those are just utilitarian and like they're base plate, but there's a reason they're base plate. Like people can use them. So like for example,
people know what you're saying when you go to another channel, even though they're like a little bit different style, you know.
Yeah. So the way I'm thinking, my mindset on it is there are rare instances where you'll be able to use the Diet Cam Girl one or the Asian Bart Simpson one. There'll be more instances for you to use the crying one or the angry face one or even the middle finger one. And like this way, if you got $5 to spend on a channel, either on YouTube or on Twitch, and you're looking to get something in return for that besides looking at my stupid face and supporting the channel. But if you're actually looking at it for a more transactional angle, which is fair, it's your money, and you want to, you want some decent emotes. At least I'll have some ones that ones that you could actually like use around. Some like ones that you get some real use out of in other channels. That was my take. It's like let me give you something that you could actually that might be helpful for you in your Twitch and YouTube journeys.
Yeah, I think another baseline is, as you're going forward. So I don't do this because I'm partially autistic, but like when I text like a goddamn idiot, and I use things like full sentences and periods, which I did not realize until like a month ago.
People think you're a lunatic.
Yeah, they think I'm fucking like evil. Like I'm just like I'm
Especially
basically telling them to go fuck themselves.
Especially the young generation.
Yeah, did not realize that. So I would say like just look at like whatever emojis people actually use that to convey anything in normal conversation, and just see if you can make a mic version of it.
Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, I still have 4 animated ones that I could fuck around with, and I could also swap out some of the older ones. So like maybe the privilege one or whatever. There's a bunch. I do want to make more fun emotes now that like. Oh, by the way, this YouTube partnership works like Twitch partnership, where it's the more people you get, the more subscribers you get, the more emotes you unlock.
Yeah.
So hopefully, as I unlock more emotes, I could just cycle the Twitch ones in tandem with the YouTube ones, as hopefully, fingers crossed, as the channel grows. 2x, the less you appear to know English, the more attractive you are.
Well, I'm not going to use exclamation points at the end of everything, because I was taught growing up that meant that you were excited. And I'm like, I don't want to sound like a lunatic, but apparently I sound like a psychopath if I just use periods.
Yeah, yikes. Yeah. No, I will say my grammar.
I wish somebody would have told me a while ago.
My grammar is I will say I do like to be grammatically correct. And I probably appear like a lunatic in the DMs. I mean, my grammar is lax when I'm DMing or texting, but it's not it's lax, but it's not absent.
Yeah. For me, it's so bad. Like, yeah, I'm lax on it, but my default is like a period because that's what we grew up with.
Sure.
So like I will forget to put question marks. Like I'll just quickly type something out and just instinctively hit period. And I'll be like, oh, that was a question, you know? But that's how bad it is. And everybody's like, dude, if you put a period, like it means you're angry. I'm like,
oh yeah,
I have been doing that for like 8 years. Is that why I don't have friends? They're like, probably, dude.
George is getting upset.
Well, see, if I see that, I just assume that because we're of a similar age. I see that, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, he's got good grammar in his text. But I guess if you're, if you're a Zoomer, you're probably like, this guy's a psychotic. This guy's nuts.
Yeah. Or this guy's so old that his balls are probably just sagging down to the floor, you know?
Oh, life. It's only going to get worse.
I'm not striking out on Tinder.
Striking out. Text like a half illiterate moron and you'll get dates. It's too woke. Yeah, just send out that fucking WYD. Send out that you up question mark.
Dude, but there's the pool here on Tinder is
rough.
like a goddamn. It's like a 19th century like traveling freak show. Like, oh god.
Well, you can't get Bon Me there. You can't get a decent date there either.
Yeah. Ah well, it happens.
Too woke. Is that what you do to get your ladies? You text like a half illiterate moron.
I'm kind of retarded.
I'm kind of half retarded.
There was a point in my life where I didn't care that much, and so just as an experiment, anytime I matched with anybody on the dating sites, I would let my douchiest friend Neil just handle the conversation, just to see how it would go. And yeah, he texts like a retard. Definitely pulled a different type of woman than I normally do. wouldn't want to say it's better or worse, but definitely a different type.
She'd be like, he's so funny. Make that a Fiverr service. We'll text your Tinder dates.
Dude, I guarantee there are people who would pay for that shit.
Yeah, I wish I knew. I wish I knew how to do. I wish I knew how to do voice acting. I got a decent enough microphone setup that I'd fucking be like, hey, I'll voice over some shit for you, some basic shit. Never done it before.
I would love.
How good?
I would love to do voice acting, except for the fact that my voice sounds like a nasally, less attractive Owen Wilson, and so I don't think anybody wants to subject themselves to that unless they're into masochism. Wow.
That's a nice way of putting that, says KG. My dating life has been way better since I got a perma ban on Tinder. Wait, so how do you find your ladies now? I thought you only got banned off Japanese Tinder.
What do you have to do to get perma banned?
I think he was just one night standing these ladies, and they were like, "Hey, this guy's not a nice guy."
What the fuck? That's what Tinder's for.
Don't look at me, man. I've never used. I've never used the app.
No, I've used several of them, and like Tinder's the one where it's like
sex.
Yeah, if you're looking for anything more, it's like you're in the wrong place, my man.
All it takes is get reported. They don't check and just bang you if you're a man.
Oh yeah.
Well, that sucks. Girls complain about dumbing themselves down to get guys, but it's really the guys who have to dumb it down. At least there's Bumble and Hinge. Are you on any of those, Bard?
I've done both of them. The problem is the city I'm in right now. I mean, literally,
the pool is crap.
I will, yeah, like one, because people don't really believe me because I've done it in several cities, and they've been all right. Usually it dials in pretty well, and I get like some, like I go on some dates with like pretty cool girls. Here it is, like these people don't look like real people. Like if you were to look at their photos, like you guys could probably criticize their anatomy as being like uncanny and off, as if you were doing it from like a shitty illustration. It's very strange. A lot of face filters, a lot of just like weird, I don't know, it's fucking strange, man. I've never seen it. Like I have been tempted to like do a video recording and just like swipe through super fast just to show like it is saturated. But I don't know, whatever. I mean, I'm only going to be here a little bit longer. Like it would be nice if I had somebody to hook up with just like to pass the time for the next like year. But after this, I'm getting the fuck out. I'll probably either go back to the East Coast or I'll go back to Houston, and then at that point I'll be a surgeon. So like,
yeah,
I'll go fuck at that point. Like, you know.
Bumble really shows you how inactive ladies are in messaging first. How do you mean?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, so ladies used to complain all the time that on Tinder, guys were very uncreative. Like you'd match and they'd just be like, "Hey, what's going on?" Or just, "Hi." They're like, "Start a real conversation. Like I'm a human, blah blah blah." And yet on Bumble, the idea is they like women have to make the first move. Almost all of mine, and I just don't even entertain it because I'm just like, all right, now the shoe's on the other foot. All of them are just, "Hey, hi." It's like, dude, okay, so I've been listening for years about like guys should just approach me and start a conversation and all this shit, and it's just like, cool, but when you're asked to do it, you can't think of anything else to say. Like it's just like have a canned thing, like have something that's like clearly just a shitty pickup line. But yeah, they're pretty bad.
Bernie says he was on Raya, which is a celebrity dating app. Oh, good for him getting on Raya. Getting that celebrity meet.
Oh, fuck that, dude.
You don't want to get that celebrity meet?
Fuck dating a celebrity. That would suck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you have to. I'm assuming you'd have to be. If you're dating a real celebrity, you've got to be bottom bitch.
Yes.
I'm guessing. You got to be at their old kind of beck and call. Because I feel like if not, then you're like it's like, well, why don't you want to FaceTime me? I'm at work, blah blah blah. Like, well, I got to go stream. It's like, yeah, your stream that like 20 people watch, that fucking thing.
Yes.
You're like, fuck. Oh yeah, making that music nobody listens to.
I'm a looper.
You're Joseph Gordon-Levitt from that movie where he plays a young Bruce Willis.
That would be more interesting.
What is a looper?
Like I do loops. Like I make sick loops. It's just
shitty pickup lines. My guilty pleasure. I'm an astronaut, and my next mission is to explore Uranus. Because no one wants to admit they are mostly boring and shallow. Bart's pickup line is he just sends a picture of him in his panties and heels walking around the apartment.
Yeah, I mean, usually that just tends to do the trick.
Gets the ladies, let them know who's boss.
Mm-hmm.
He's a looper. You're so a loop. Shitty pick. Wait, hang on. What are these girls? What do these girls message you guys on Bumble? Since they're the ones that have to first make the move.
Literally, like most of them are just, hey, hi. That's it. It makes no.
Hey.
Yeah, it makes no difference at all. So you end up having to do the same thing of, scrolling through, hoping they didn't just post nothing but, bathroom selfies, and hope that you can go off anything and ask them any question that's like kind of fun. So it's basically the exact same as you would have to do on Tinder. You know what I mean?
Yikes.
And then you have and then there's all the girls who are just like, swipe left if you're just here for hookups, not looking for that. It's just like, if you have to say it, like, we get it, dude. Just like you're gonna be more trouble than you're worth. Like, that
boy.
Shit,
Two Oak says, I don't use Bumble. That place is a shit show. Next level players use Instagram.
I don't feel good sliding into people's DMs. Just
He's getting
like,
he's getting that Insta pussy.
Like, they didn't ask for that. Like, nobody's asking for Bart or Ross to just come and be like, hey,
baby.
Hey.
From my experience, people who write not looking for hookups are the ones definitely looking for some.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if I see something that says not looking for hookups, it means that, oh man, you've been fucking, that pussy's been shredded.
Yeah.
That fucking.
Yeah, that thing needs
to. Yeah, man, that pussy's been ridden more than a fucking X Games half pipe. They're looking for a future Dr. Bard Ross.
You'd think that a lot. Honestly, most people don't want to date.
Not playing games.
Like the
mom of three.
They're like, oh, dude, that. Oh my god, that's all I get now. Is just like, single mom of this many. Like, they're my world. They're my priority. And I'm like, cool. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna deal with that.
Not looking for hookups, but has 3 kids and no college degree, ready to settle down. Listen, if a relationship is more expensive than a hooker, I'm out. I don't know how much hookers are, but a relationship is generally more expensive than hookers. In my
True. They definitely.
Any woman that has to say her kids are a priority, they aren't a priority.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the weirdest. So when I started doing online dating, that's when I was moving around a lot. So I kind of had to, I got like dropped into a new city for a year, maybe 2 at a time, but I wouldn't know how long I'd be there. And so it's not like I had like a friend group to go out with or anything. So, one of the easiest ways to start socializing was to use the dating apps. And you start realizing real quick. So that was whenever there were like long dating profiles on like OkCupid and shit like that. Before the swiping, really became the standard. And like whatever shows up in the first like 3 sentences tells you so much about the person. Of like, it sounds like very benign, but it's like, if they felt like that's the first thing you needed to know, either it's like they're in denial about something, or they are so into it that it's like pathological.
if your kids are so important, where's their dad at? You know the number one advice for newbie writers that applies to IRL too: show don't tell.
Yeah, show don't tell. Yeah, nice.
Show don't tell is it's a standard writing maneuver. It is a rule of thumb though. Can be broken in some instances. I'm told.
But still,
it's a good rule of thumb.
You start to recognize the pattern pretty quick, especially when you're bombarded with like 50 to 100 possible snapshots, you know, in a single session. You got to be able to filter out somehow, you know.
Describing this dick. Well, it looks like a seed that like half sprouted.
What the fuck?
Okay, you want to hear the weirdest possible dating thing that I've run into? And it's like currently, like this came up 2 days ago. The hottest girl that I've ever met in my life, like without a doubt. Like if ever I was to say like this girl's an 11, known her pretty much my whole life. We were always very close. I haven't talked to her in like 6 or 7 years though. And we started like getting to talk to each other again. And it's been really weird because again, she is smoking hot and she's like very successful, all that. And I've always just wondered like what the fuck's her deal? Because she's not like so conservative that if she was lesbian, she would have been in the closet that long. So I've never known what was going on because she basically hasn't had a boyfriend since high school.
Oh my.
And so anyway, she was talking to me and she basically was just like, yeah, and so because her sister got married this year, you know, and she's like, yeah, so a lot of people have started asking me and I don't really know what to tell them. I was like, oh shit, like this is the mystery that I've been wondering about for years. And she was like, so I'm asexual.
Oh.
I was like, oh, okay. And I was just asking, I was like, so, you know, because I was just curious.
What?
Because I haven't had many friends, you know, I haven't had any personal friends who've been asexual, but, you know, my previous department that I was in was a mental health department, and there were a lot of people who studied aspects of sexual orientation and all that. So I was just curious, and I was like, hey, and I've been on psych, so I was like, hey, you know, just, you know, if you want to tell me like what kind of like how does that work for you? And you know, we talked about it for a bit, and I was like, so what do you know, what is it that you want? Like, do you want, you know, companionship, or you know, do you prefer being alone? Do you want kind of a family unit? Do you just want like a tight social group? Do you want like a partner, you know, like non-sexually, you know, do you want to be a mother? Like it was like a 2-hour conversation.
Oh wow.
And she was like pretty forthcoming about it, and she was like, yeah, not sure about like, she's like, I definitely want to be a mother. She's like, I mean, you know, like sex is like neutral. It's not like it's awful to her, but she just like doesn't get anything out of it. So she's like, yeah, I mean, I would definitely, I wouldn't want to just like turkey baste it. Like I would probably want to like have sex with somebody I care about, you know, to get pregnant at some point, but you know, maybe not. Like, I mean, she's a little bit, you know, on the fence about it, but she's like, yeah, I definitely want like companion, and you know, but you know, she doesn't have a real timeline for it or anything. And then like we talked for like 2 hours about that, and then she's like, you know, Ross, like part of me always wanted it to be you. And I was like, whoa,
oh my,
what the fuck.
Gnarly.
Again, as I said earlier, I'm somewhat of a mediocre face myself, and this girl is the hottest woman I've ever known. But yeah, we go way back in history, you know, it's a lot of things. But yeah, so I've been like not like actively wondering about it too much, but like it's been, and I was just gonna like float it since we talk about weird shit here. Like, what would y'all do in that situation to basically like you know, somebody who's just like, yeah, we wouldn't have sex, but like, you know,
Oh man,
want to be in a relationship or something. I'm just like, I don't know what I would do that, especially because she's so fucking hot. Like, you know, like how would you handle that?
No.
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild.
It's not poor Ross. Like it's not a big of a deal. But it just like threw me for a loop, and I was like, yo, that's fucking crazy. And I was just wondering, like, what do y'all think?
Honestly, if it were me, to be honest, I wouldn't pay it much mind myself. I'd be flattered.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at more than anything. But like, I don't know, like if they were like, if they didn't care about sex and they were just like, yeah, you can fuck whoever you want, like would that change it? Or I don't know.
Well, I mean, yes, but then again, you know, that's you know, we're dealing with very unconventional circumstances, which, you know, I mean, up to you. That's, you know, that's
no. Okay, so like for me, I'm not gonna do anything. I just think like I've never been in that situation at all, and I found it trippy, and so I was hoping maybe there'd be more of a like, oh shit, I don't know, what would we do? But it sounds like everybody's just like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
I was just hoping to start some level of, I don't know, thinking about it.
No, listen, man. It's wild. It's wild. It's wildly unconventional. I think it's unique in that, you know, you don't generally come across many asexuals. Most people have some kind of, or at least in my limited capacity, my anecdotal capacity, most people generally have some kind of taste.
My, you're horny.
Yeah, so I don't know, you know, finding somebody like that, I would just, cause here's the deal, she sounds pretty dope. So if I were in your
what's
position,
probably like, yeah, we're just gonna be friends. Like that's how it's always been. I've known her forever. Like that's all that's ever gonna happen. But it is weird to be told, you know, by somebody who you do care a lot about, you know, just like, yeah, like I wouldn't want to go to town on you on a regular basis, but like, you know, part of me has always like wanted you to be like that person for me. It's just like that's it's very flattering. It's not what I'm looking for, but it's very flattering. But it was just like, man, that's a strange situation to find myself in. You know, I don't know. It was fucking weird.
Two Oak wonders if she has any past traumas that may have skewed her feelings. Yeah.
Possibly. I don't think so. I mean, because I talked to my friend about it, and she does a lot of research into these kind of things, and she's like, no, you like some of it kind of depends on what it is. If somebody who like sex, like they can tolerate sex and it's just, but it doesn't do much for them, like that's usually more of a like neurology thing, you know. But I don't know. I mean, there might be something there. I mean, I know her family really well, and like, you know, and I know who the guys that she dated. I mean, like I said, we grew up together. She was like one of my first friends I ever had. You know, but yeah. So I mean, maybe there's something there, but like looking back on it, it was probably from a fairly young age.
Hard help! I just got a big ass nosebleed.
Don't lean your head back like they always tell you to do. I mean, it's not gonna do anything, but it doesn't help. Just go lean over.
Something a tissue in my nose.
Yeah, that helps too.
Yes, thank you. It was I was kind of joking, but
yeah,
just a big one, dude. What the fuck?
I had one of those the other day as well. I had a random nosebleed and it fucking sucked.
I haven't had
Me
one of those
looking
in
at all
forever.
these potential clients.
Yeah.
Give her a copy of
Look at this.
Twilight and see if she changed her mind about sex. Twilight.
That's what I should do. Just like be like,
Holy
here's
shit,
here's Twilight. Here's 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know, what's some other bullshit like that, and just be like, you just read these and get back to me.
Well, if you're cagey, give her a copy of The Revenant.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Maybe she's a bear sexual. Maybe she wants me to just toss her around a bit in a bear costume.
Oh my god, this is really bad nosebleed. What the fuck?
You're
What?
gonna be fine.
Jinpai's hemorrhaging.
No, like it's like pouring blood.
Yeah, that does that.
Oh.
Jinpai, stop hemorrhaging.
No! Don't tell me what to do!
Don't tell me I can't hemorrhage.
I'll hemorrhage all as much as I want. Fuck you!
Lay off the coke, Jin.
Stop it. Don't tell me about my coke usage. Who are you? My dealer?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just sitting here thinking about it. I just imagine how I can't imagine being in a relationship. I'm saying that you should be in a relationship with this person, but I'm just imagining what it would be like to be in a relationship with a person like that.
That's what I've been wondering. Is like how would that change the dynamic? You know. But
I think, listen. At the end of the day, it's what you'd be able to be comfortable with. For me, I don't know if I'd be able to deal with that. Dealing with what? Dealing with dating an asexual person, even the asexual person was like, yeah, you can hook up with other people if you need to satisfy that need for you, but for me, it's just not something I'm interested in. I think I would need that. I think I would need that connection, that physical connection with my partner to be mutual.
That's how I am. I'm like way too insecure to like.
Yep.
For me, it's like if they're willing to have sex with somebody who looks like me, then that means they like me. Like that's kind of my that's kind of my thing.
Yeah,
is
where's
like
this mask of my
you're
husband?
letting you're letting me do if you're letting me do this thing to you, you must be a saint. Like that's what it comes down to.
The blowjob ASMR chick that was posted in the Discord earlier apparently doesn't F her boyfriend. Who the hell? What ASMR? Who the hell is that? Amaranth?
That's definitely a thing, is that somebody like lets their partner hook up with other people as long as they wear like a face mask of them. That is definitely a thing.
It was a few weeks ago.
What?
Was it that blonde girl with the big fake tits?
What?
Yes, there's some blonde girl with big old fake tits that, she does the ear sucking and fucking thing.
Oh yeah.
Apparently she doesn't bang her boyfriend, according to Jinpai.
Hey man.
No, wait, what?
No, I'm teasing. According to a duo.
No, I'm saying though, like in this giant world, if you think about it, somebody's done almost everything. So like, there's definitely been some woman or some dude who allows his wife to bang other people as long as they wear like a mask or like a bag or something with their face on. That's a weird thought.
All right, Mike, I just submitted something into evidence in your DMs.
Yeah, she's really pretty, man.
May I see?
She's a very pretty lady. That's a very friendly photo, Yeah,
she's cool. But anyway, no, that was just wild to know somebody for 26 years and then have them just be like, yeah, so I'm asexual, and like you want to get in on that?
Yeah, I'm asexual.
Dude,
I'd like a family.
Yeah.
I could take or leave the intercourse. What do you say?
Yeah.
Any issues? You want to hit your
Yeah,
wagon?
hey, you want to kickstart that with your plastic surgeon money? Like,
Yeah, let's crowdfund this baby. Literally.
Now I'd be down for that if it wasn't like being in a relationship, but it's like, hey, yeah, you know what? If like I think most of my like really close friends who are women, I think if for some reason they were like, hey, I'm in need of some sperm, can you hook me up? I'd be like, fuck yeah, sure, why not? That's a different story, but yeah, I'd be like, yeah, have fun. Hope they don't get the whole bipolar thing. So.
Is that running your shit?
I mean, it's not. I mean, the genetics are iffy at best, but you know.
But maybe.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, best of luck. You're gonna roll the dice on a bunch of stuff anyway. Like, it got me this far in life, so you know, maybe it'll do the same for them.
Sim powers initiate. Wait, Tuok, how do you know that the blowjob ASMR girl isn't banging her boyfriend?
Yeah, that sounds like something that you'd like tell your viewers so that they like can continue their fantasy. Just like, I suck on these ears, but you know, like my boyfriend who's like over here just lurking, like, yeah, no, he never gets any of this.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
saving it for you.
Yeah, no, that seems. Yeah, not to put too fine a point on it, but that Bard is exactly where my head was. He said what I was thinking, which is like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Amaranth said the same shit. Oh, my boyfriend,
Mm-hmm.
the boyfriend who's like holding up the camera and the dildo and these OnlyFans things I'm taking. Yeah, no, he's just there for show.
Wait, love or something?
What?
Too woke in love with the cam girl?
Tuok doesn't. He can't stand white women. You know this.
True.
Because Tuok is her boyfriend. Tuok is one of many boyfriends on OnlyFans.
I gotta find a client because I don't know if this chick's gonna come through. So I've been DMing like 50 million people.
Wait, are you trying to solicit dick pics now?
No, I'm trying to manage girls with OnlyFans. Because it makes a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I got that. So I thought that there was somebody that you were like, you know,
So he had in mind.
already
lined up.
I do, but she hasn't responded to my recent message, so I'm just like.
How long ago did you message her?
I messaged her something yesterday and she didn't respond. I messaged her today about asking her if she's thought about streaming on Twitch. She didn't respond, so I'm just like, well, this might not work out, and so now I'm
Yeah.
trying to find backups just in case.
Yeah, I get that.
Because this is business. This is not me being horny and being like, free OnlyFans, ooga booga. Like, I'm trying to make some goddamn fucking money. Tired of being broke. This is such a 2021 thing. We live in a weird society. We live in a society.
We used to.
We used to?
Dude, I've been just like all week. Everybody, like, that's been my like grouchy thing. I just keep saying. People are like, so why is this going on? I'm like, because the world already ended, you dumb fucks. Like,
oh, yeah. Well, fuck, yeah.
It's over.
2020. Wait, it was 2020 that it was supposed to end, right?
What? No, I mean, just like, it's over. We had an apocalypse, and it was really anticlimactic. Like, it's just done, man. We can't get graphics cards. We can't get gas. We've all
graphics cards.
We can't interact with other humans. We've replaced our personalities with phobias. Like,
this is what my nightmares are like.
World's
This
just
is exactly
gone.
my nightmares are coming true.
2012 was when it was supposed to end.
Yeah.
It was 2012?
Yeah.
Oh shit! What? Holy shit! That was a long. What the fuck?
Yeah.
10 years ago. What the fuck?
When I first started dissociating, I thought that the world ended in 2013. So that was fun.
Hot dog.
Yeah.
It was misinterpretation of the Mayan calendar.
Yeah, it was absolute horse shit.
What year did TikTok come out?
That was the year.
What year did? No, what year?
TikTok came out in 2012. That'd be very ironic.
That's what I'm betting on, says KG. What's KG betting on?
I have no idea.
The Avengers came out in 2012. Bam, we got it. There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
You liked movies? Well, this is all you get from now on.
Did you just Google what happened in 2012?
The world's over.
Yeah, they just like reset. Like it was like a reset of the. Like they just had a new game plus essentially. Like the Mayans were just like, yeah, you do this and this new game plus. And they're like, oh shit, the next one's 2012. Guess the world's gonna end. Nah, dog.
You said it. You said it, Daddy Bard. We're living in the apocalypse. We just haven't.
No,
we just haven't noticed it yet.
It already happened. It already happened. It happened last year, and now we're just like, all kind of. It's like, have you guys ever stayed at a party like just a little bit too long?
Yes.
To the point where you're like, oh, the party's over, but we're still here, and you have to kind of like awkwardly like leave, and you have to say bye to like everyone that's still there because there's only like 5 people still there. It's like that.
I hate it.
It's fucking awful. And you know, like you think about like all the shows that we used to watch in the aughts and the early, you know, 2010s of, you know, like Walking Dead style of like, this person was a school teacher, but look how they've adapted. They're a cold-blooded killer now. It's like, no, we don't adapt. Like, it's been almost 2 years and people still can't figure out how to use Zoom. Like, they're still just like, can you hear me? Like, god damn, dude.
You know, I don't think I noticed because I basically just sit here and draw all day and carry on. So I haven't really participated in society in a normal way in over, well, been longer than 2 years, but so to me, things feel on this side of the screen exactly the same. Because, you know, what do? Well, I sit here and doodle all day. And I could still sit here and doodle all day. So, like, nothing's really changed for me. So I'm just like, everything's still the same. There's no real difference.
What do
for
I
the
do?
most part.
Sit here and doodle all day.
Michael De Nicola,
the doodler.
He has been doodling and talking, has been talking about genitals and doodling.
Docking?
Docking, dude.
Huh?
Docking,
it's
dude?
me, Michael Doodle Cola.
Michael Docker Nicola.
Anyway, all right. Let's reset that thing.
No,
Because
Michael
this joke's
really has very
good.
strong sexual energy.
This joke's good. Just like, let me get it out. Michael
I
De
draw
Nicola.
stuff and I talk about dicks and vaginas for fun every day.
Yes. Me,
Yeah,
Michael De Nicola.
He's been drawing and talks about dicks and vaginas every day, long before we were here, and he'll be doing it long after we're gone.
Oh,
he is
hey.
our constant.
Yeah, that is. I like that. It was
He's our
worth the
constant.
wait.
Yeah.
Stuck that landing like. Let me Google who's the woman who broke her neck in the '94 Olympics.
Oh boy, Sally Struthers. I don't know who that is, but that just sounds like a name that fits.
Actress and activist. Nope. Doesn't say anything about a neck break. Ankle, not neck. No, there was somebody who like straight up landed on their neck in maybe it was like 90 or something. I don't know. It was early 90s, because I remember seeing that and being like, "Woo!" and as a kid not being ready to understand what that means.
Wait, you saw that live?
No, I saw the recaps of it.
Oh.
Sally Struthers is
did
the
she
Feed
die?
the Kids in Africa lady. Thank you, Yoji.
Did she die?
I don't know.
No, she was fine.
Yeah, she's fine, Yoji. Yoji's wishing for her death. Yoji's like, what are these days? Fuck. I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat something. I'm gonna head on out of here. I'm gonna head on out.
What are y'all watching?
I'm gonna eat something. What?
What are we watching for this week or next
Oh,
week or whatever?
oh no, you know we're watching Evangelion. So you know maybe I'll be back in about an hour or so watching Evangelion.
Have you already started?
No, haven't started at all this week. So I got some watching to do.
My friends watched that like all the time growing up, and I never got into it. So I would definitely be down for that.
Yes, I am down. You
Wait,
guys
what you watching?
Evangelion.
Oh.
That's right. Evangelion is a clusterfuck in terms of chronology. Well, we're just gonna be watching the first 11 episodes or 11 or 12 episodes. We're breaking the series up into 2 parts.
Like it's a clusterfuck. You're not allowed to watch.
Clusterfucked. Okay. Okay.
Right.
Thank you guys
Get
for
some
hanging out.
food.
You guys are awesome. Oh.
Wait, you gonna hang out in here and watch it?
Oh, Two Oak wants me to raid Jordan. I didn't even know she was streaming.
Have we seen Jordan in forever?
And look at that pussy.
Forgot about old Jordy.
Are you watching Evangelion in here?
Yeah, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna get something to eat and I'll come back and we could watch it together.
Oh.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Are you gonna stream on Thursday?
Yeah, I'm gonna stream on Thursday. Why? Wait. Oh fuck. I completely forgot it was Thanksgiving. So maybe I'll stream tomorrow. Yeah, you know what? I'll stream tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow instead of Thursday. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Nice.